What's poppin'? I just had the headphones on because I was listening to some different reference stuff, or the stuff that I call like get psyched up music, right? I put on a few things. It's different every time. If you're curious what I was just listening to, I was listening to the Spoon album. I started with it's Kill the Moonlight, I think it's called. And the first song is Small Stakes, and then I just kind of go through like The Way We Get By, just like a short little amount of each. Just to kind of, I don't know, that and STP Purple I put on quite often because when I listen to the Spoon album, I'm thinking like this is good, but the bass is kind of low, right? And I listen on the headphones to judge bass on especially those Manny Marokin MM500s. They're so good on the bass response. So I'm listening to that and I'm thinking the bass is kind of light on this. And then I put on STP Purple as my checkpoint because there's a lot of bass in that album. The whole album, a lot of bass, especially on songs like Interstate Love Song. But I love the way the mixes are on that album. So that's a go-to for me for like, this is kind of close to the limit of bass possibilities. And then when I, move to other stuff, I listen to a couple songs by Beck. And he has a tendency to put a bunch of bass in his tracks also. Not all of them, but Beck is an artist who definitely loves bass. So when I go through this stuff and, then I jump on the stream, it's like, it just kind of gets me psyched up. It puts me in the zone. Oh, another one I was listening to, Radiohead, OK Computer, Paranoid Android, Karma Police, a bunch of different songs on there are amazing. They're all amazing songs, but the mixes are so good. They're so wide and so big. You guys agree with that? I mean, they're just giant sounding mixes. And the interesting thing about specifically Radiohead, OK Computer, is that they spread, like the guitars are so far out there and also loud in the mix. Like the drums, that's one of the few bands of that like 90s era where the drums aren't as important as the rest of the instruments in the context of the mix. I'm just talking about in like if you were to look at like a hierarchy of what's loudest, drums are not anywhere on the top three. Like they're below the rest of the stuff. They sound great. They always sound awesome, but they're not the focus. The kick isn't the focus. The snare isn't the focus. It's very counter to a lot of stuff from that era that I like a lot also. So it's really interesting to put something like that up. It just shows you that like there's whoever paints the palette for what the song should sound like, there's no freaking box, man. It's whatever. It is whatever feels right for that song, for that album, for what the band is looking for. And there's definitely no right or wrong answer. I freaking love the way that album sounds. And the drums on all Radiohead stuff sound so good, too. They're so good. It's like the perfect part, not overcomplicated, and yet it just blends so well with the music that your attention is drawn to other things over the drums. So there's just so much cool stuff going on there. What's going on, Mr. Psychotronic? How you doing over there, Mr. Psychotronic? You get the gangster-friendly, the bicycle horn of appreciation. That's what we call it. And we have a bunch of, when our friends come on, they get that great bicycle horn. We got a couple other crazy sounds in there, too. Mr. Psychotronic wrote, Beck and Radiohead are fantastic. I also really like Portishead. Me, too. Are you kidding? Portishead? I recall when I was like a little young when Dummy came out. But it's an amazing album, Dummy, right? But I was basically given that by my brother, who is a big part of why I love as much music. Like the breadth of music I like from all the different genres and stuff definitely has a lot to do with him, because I was exposed to a lot of it at a very young age. my parents were also really into music, so I was always exposed to a lot of good music, but most of it, I'd say the majority, a lot of it came from my brother. And he's 8 years older. He was like kind of in the sweet spot to be around during like this era of amazing music. You know, and I feel like I was in a sweet spot too, but if I was a little bit older, I'd have caught more because there was so much kind of before the 90s that I missed a little bit. Like a lot of the 90s stuff is my favorite stuff ever. And I love the 70s. I love the 60s music and all this stuff. But like Dummy, I was too young for Dummy when it came out, really. And appreciated it later in life when he exposed me to it. But once I got hooked on that, when the album Third came out, Portishead Third, like I recall it like it was yesterday, me and a bunch of friends of mine who were all musicians basically got together and did the thing that you used to do. We would listen to that album straight through and multiple times and just like do nothing but hang out, listen to that and talk while it was going on, and sometimes no talking at all and just listening and just being baffled by how good it was. Portishead Third is definitely one of my favorite albums. Both of those, Dummy and Third, are both on the top, but I have a whole different experience with Third because I got to experience it myself, you know, as a fan as soon as it came out. And it was very cool. It was a great moment. So it's just great stuff over here, man. Great stuff. Portishead's her voice is so like angelic, but also like mysterious and also, you know, not what you would expect. It's unexpected, her voice, but it's like a jazzy type, bluesy singer. It's very hard to place like what her influences are because it sounds like so many things, but also totally unique. It's really interesting. And, you know, and the way they approach the music of recording all that stuff is really interesting too. If you don't know the history of how Portishead would record or anything, they were very much OGs in the psychedelic world of like psychedelic trip hop or whatever you would call it. And a lot of the stuff they did like didn't sound dirty enough, and they would run the keyboard through an amplifier and mic the amp up like a guitar amp and run different things through that amp to make it to dirty it up and kind of give everything a vibe. I just remember being blown away by listening, and that's both like when you listen to Dummy, you can hear a lot of that. Very cool. You know, kind of pioneers in the idea of like, let's combine sampling with, you know, rock style music. Let's combine that with some psychedelic kind of rockish stuff and some very jazzy, bluesy vocals that just kind of blur the line of what it even is. So cool. But yeah, Mr. Psychotronic, nice. You got them all on vinyl. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like everyone should experience Portishead at some point in their life and really get into them. They're so, like, just do your best to listen to Dummy straight through the whole thing. And I would recommend the same thing for Third. And you got to be in the right mood to appreciate it, but it's great stuff. It's truly great stuff. Let's just get all locked up here so that we can rock and roll. Just turning stuff on to silent mode like we have to do. I'm going to play this thing through so we can kind of hear where we left off yesterday. This is exactly where we left off yesterday, so for anyone who didn't catch that, I'm going to play this through while I listen with fresh ears and kind of determine what we're going to do today. No moves have been made since yesterday. It's exactly the same mix. This was the print of it, and I'm just going to play that back right now. So let's listen to that real quick.
Macy was a friend of mine. She got wasted all the time. Whiskey lover. Even locked inside her room, she won't see the sun till noon. And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See. I'm busy, I'm busy, I'm busy, I'm busy. My time is wasted.
Okay, and we're back. So yeah, I'm just kind of putting my thoughts together on that at the moment. Getting used to these things, man. I gotta tell you, it takes a while to get used to headphones for me because I don't like wearing them a lot. But I'm getting there. Mr. Psychotronic wrote, I saw a documentary about it, and we're talking about Portishead. They put sequences onto vinyl and destroy the vinyl by jumping onto them and then re-recording it. They put sequences onto vinyl and destroy the vinyl by jumping onto them and then re-recording it. Interesting. Yeah, there's a couple videos out there that are worth watching on Portishead. Definitely. That sounds like a good one. That's cool. Yeah, Dummy's an amazing album. You probably recognize some of the songs on there if you've heard them. You'd like the Nobody Loves Me. It's true. Not like you do. Such a good song. And Glory Box, great song too. There's so many great songs on there. Absolutely crazy good songs. So good. Now I won't be able to get that out of my head this entire stream. Okay, here we go. Time to boogie. So I'm listening. As I listen, what am I thinking? I'm thinking a couple things. I'm thinking we could. It's like where to start. The SSL window was really fun on the last mix. I'll tell you that. That was really fun. I don't know. Let's go into like the SSL window for a sec. Let's hit play, and I want to just sort of take maybe. So my brain does this thing where it makes a list quickly, And it might be stuff that as I change certain things, some gets eliminated, but a couple things I heard as I'm going through this, and if I were to articulate it out loud, it might even like vanish as I go to do it. The thing might go away. Because I won't even really know if it's necessary until I start touching it. But like, for example, the background effect things that are basically, I have one track of dry vocal, one track of effect vocal. I wound up rolling off a little bit of 3K yesterday. I noticed 2.7 or something, just like 3 dB. I want to do a similar thing on the effect tracks. Just, there's not many of them. There's like one for each vocal. There's 4 vocals, so there's 4 effect tracks. But I didn't touch the EQ on those tracks at all, the effects. I felt like they were designed to sound that way. In the context of the mix, there seems to be a little build-up that I want to kind of try to take care of. And other than that, if I were to like do the list out loud, I'm thinking maybe at the end of the song, the guitars, when that like the heavy part comes in, when the tempo speeds up and that whole thing happens, the guitars could come down a little bit. They seem a little hot. And overall, after listening to that Radiohead album, it makes me want to bring some of the drums down a little bit. Just maybe as a whole, all drums just come down a touch, because it'll make the rest of the music sort of stick out more. You know, Radiohead-esque, if you will, because that's just one thing that I could not help but notice is like, I don't know if we need that much drums driving this song. Maybe we do, but maybe we don't. And when I adjust it, I'll kind of make a final decision on like better, worse as I do it. But other than that, we're not going to do a whole lot before we start automating. There's just these couple things that hit me, was like, maybe I could bring those down a little. Maybe the guitar should come down a smidge. Maybe we'll get a little more definition on the bass. And that was about all I was really about. So that's the quick list, the short skinny of it. So let's hit play and just start touching knobs. This is the SSL 360 view, if you haven't seen it. I'm a huge fan of using this. I used it for the first time yesterday, and I plan on using this probably forever. We'll find out momentarily.
Macy was a friend of mine.
My other favorite thing is this button. I love using fast forward. That's my new favorite thing also, because if you're old school, you might say to yourself, how cool is fast forward? And it gives your brain time to think. Sure, you could jump around in the Pro Tools window to like another spot or whatever, or like, click anywhere the way we do, but fast forward, it's underrated.
At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
There's just a little build-up happening that I wanted to tame slightly. It's just going to make the aggressive part of the effect come down a bit by bringing a little 3K down. That's really all I'm doing.
At least I have this song to
Probably only on the lead vocal, too, now that I hear there's not a lot of this other vocal happening. Let's see what happens next.
at least I have. So prove me wrong. 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 Prove me or prove me wrong. breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by. That we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
I'm just looking at where I should touch the cymbals, trying to be very intentional. So I'm looking at my overheads and realizing this cymbal issue that I'm having is mostly the room mics, not the overheads. And you could solve this many ways. You could solve it by putting on like an Ocean Way plugin or something and sort of setting it, making these rooms sound more distant. That could cure some of the abrasive, or just a little, they're a little loud is really all it is. And I could bring them down, but if you want your rooms to kind of have a sound like they were recorded in a much bigger environment than where they were, where you had more distance between the kit and where the room mic is, that kind of a plugin's really good. And then it sort of puts a big difference between your overhead sound and your room sound. So I've used that Ocean Way plugin in a situation where I've only had overheads and didn't have rooms, had to create them. But I've also used it to make my room mics sound further away than they might have been. Also, something I like to do now is face the room mics away from the kit, or turn them slightly. You could face them completely away from the kit or turn them slightly, so you're actually miking up the room instead of the kit. That you can get away with having a bigger drum sound in a much smaller room if you do that. In this case, they were facing directly at the kit, and they were probably like 6-7 feet away, maybe 8 feet away, so they weren't that far away. And as a result, we hear a lot of cymbals. Another thing I do is I keep the room mics really low to the ground. That's just, it was something I learned, and it felt to me like there were less cymbals in it when I did that. Or if you were to compare it, the balance of low end compared to cymbals was always greater when they were closer to the floor. And later I wound up watching Steve Albini talk about how he likes his room mics on the floor, like an Omni mic, but on the floor where it only gets the top part, like the floor cancels out the bottom part of the Omni technically, so it's just the top part of it. And I think he used mics that were specifically really good at capturing that. They had that polar pattern where it's like Omni but minus the bottom, so not minus the bottom like low end, like a circle cut in half, a sphere cut in half, laid on the ground, that kind of thing. But when I'm listening to this, I'm thinking I could roll off more of whatever I picked already, like 6.5K. I could roll off a little more of that, but I'm already rolling off a bunch. So that's where my thought came in about like setting it back further a little bit. Let's explore. Yeah, GDP, the weird thing is every once in a while, Nightbot decides not to like be part of the conversation, is what it seems like. Let me check and see if it's, sometimes I think I have to do this ridiculous thing, which makes, oh, there it is. Never mind. It's good. It's there. We're good. Solid. So let's do this. Let's start making some moves. Okay, let's go to the bass. I'm trying to make these moves as quick as I can. That's why just while it's playing, I'm not really stopping it. I'm just moving along. And at the end, also focus on bass here a little. And I don't think I'll be able to do it with this EQ. I think I'm going to need something else.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Maybe we'll try a Wolf comp on here in the interest of being very Wolf-like. We're going to turn the noise off.
Prove me wrong.
Something else to keep in mind if you ever use this plugin, you see how it says punch and crunch parallel? It's very normal to look at that and be like, oh, I'm supposed to use this in parallel. That's what they mean. No, they just mean that there's a blend of the dry and the Wolf sound. That's what they're doing. They're just like every time it's not full Wolf, it says parallel. See? It doesn't say parallel, full Wolf. Let's go to another one that says parallel. Show me the parallel. This one, two bus parallel. So that, like it almost took me a year to figure that out. I was like, what is there? I don't get why they're saying this. Like, why does it say parallel? I had no idea. And now I get it though. It took it. I've been using the Wolfcom for a while, but at some point I remember being like, oh, they're just saying that this is not at 100%. I don't know why it needed to be written there. You're looking right at the thing. Just didn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but I'm with it either way.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people.
And anybody who doesn't use the presets is, on this plugin, power to you, because it has such different sounds by flipping through the presets that it's such a quicker way to get this thing to do what you want it to do, I find. Lo-fi is, I'm trying to remember what exactly it is, something 0 to 50% was like one of the sounds on that 303 he used, and then 50 to 100 was like the other sound, and one of them focuses more towards the highs or something, and the other focuses more towards the lows. I'm sort of butchering the explanation, but moving the lo-fi fader is like the first, maybe only thing I do a lot of times when I mess with this plugin. Let's see what happens on that. Also, obviously, your attack and release controls are a good thing to mess with if you feel like it's not giving you what you want. But the presets kind of get you in the ballpark because, see, they're moving so many things that it's just a quick way to audition different sounds. And on a compressor, I never do that. But this one I look at very differently than any other compressor. It's more of an effect / compressor. It's a compressor that has a very specific effect and lots of different choices of it.
Prove me wrong.
So we may use the Wolf like we're doing here, because without it now it just feels so naked. It's so funny how once you get used to hearing the Wolf comp on stuff, it's so hard to take it off. It's so hard to take it off. Because it adds such an effect. It's such a flavorful flavor saver. And getting to match the volume is difficult on it, because look at me, negative 13.5 dB is still like not enough to match the volume.
Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made her sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
In honor of Portishead or something, I'm running a synth bass through an amplifier, an SVT classic. I was like, why not? And, let's see if it gives us some loving.
Even locked inside her room, she won't see the sun till noon. And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her.
Mixing it up a little bit today with something like that. Let's move on to something else. It's easy to love the bass and it be too loud when you're just focused on the bass, the bass, the bass. The bass, the bass, the bass. It's easy to do that. So let's move away and go to other things. And by the time my brain resets, I'll understand how loud that is. It's pretty loud, but let's leave it up there for the moment.
Even locked inside her room, she won't see the sun till noon. And I wonder,
It's super loud. Let me turn it down here.
even locked inside her room, she won't see the sun till noon. And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe.
quite giving me what I'm looking for. And rather than use the bus, I'm just gonna let's see what we can get out of a little Spectre on it.
Even locked inside her room, she won't see the sun till noon. And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made her sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe.
In the spaces, I just wanted to take away when there's a little gap, I wanted to shut it down a little bit. Let's get a little gap between the notes.
Prove me wrong. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See.
Now we can hear some of the coolness happening on it, at least. It was getting lost in this loud part of the song. The rest of it wasn't like it was jumping out. I was just, when I was listening to the outro, I was like, where's that, like, wah, 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 that weird sound on it? It's like almost like the coolness of this synth is it has this kind of built-in sort of envelope-y thing happening. He may have even been manipulating that while he was playing it, and I just lost all of that. I felt like it was just too hidden. Now, could we just made the volume louder a little bit? Maybe, yeah, but I felt like it just didn't stick out enough there, and probably in the rest of the song too. I wanted to hear more of what's cool about that specific bass sound. Look at the end of the song, this part.
My time is wasted on me.
So yeah, now I get a little more of that. All right, let's just kind of leave that alone for the moment. I may come back to it, but let's go to the ML4 And let's save this as started day 2 here, Macy. And I'm going to adjust. That way I do that sometimes to get back to it. Just to be able to get back to like whatever was working. Get back to where you once belonged. Just to get back to where I once belonged if I need to. Mess with the threshold a little. We'll get a little less happening here and see if that works. It's not that I hate it. I'm just curious if it's a little bit squasharood down here.
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted. Couldn't help it. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong.
What's poppin', Pong Master? How's it going over there, dude? How we doing? How we doing over there, man? Good morning indeed. 4:48 a.m. on the East Coast.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help it. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Wolfcomp acts differently depending on what you send it. If you send it a more saturated signal, it'll sound very different, I think, than if you don't. If you send it a fast something, it sounds different than if you send it a slow something. It's one of the interesting things about whatever algorithm's in there is it doesn't react the same if you send a different styled stuff. So by moving saturation in front of it or after it, it changes the sound of it completely.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
I think just the Wolfcomp is actually the better move. When I listen to it, sounds fine without this as long as I make this a few dB louder, but then I think I'm not getting as much out of that, whatever you want to call the wah filtery part of this bass. If I just make it louder, I feel like the Wolfcomp brings that out more.
My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me.
Yeah, I hear the articulation of the that thing. That coolness.
My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me.
I'm feeling that. I feel like we could get away with it. We could get away with that. We could get away with that. We could get away with that. Now, what else? I feel like, just for argument's sake, I don't think we need this at all, but let's throw up the OG. The OG! The world just thundered.
My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted.
Cool. Let's just leave that for now. Move along for the moment. Let's let our bass settle in. Settle in, our bass.
My time is wasted.
Let's where are we going? Let's go. Rainy day, good for working. Oh man, at least it ain't snowing crazy by you, bro. That snow is just no good. That snow is just this sound right here. It's the opposite of that sound. It's a negative party.
'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Let's get rid of this track that I duplicated and didn't use. Oh, no, wait. I'm duplicating it again. Terrible idea.
Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our hearts don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. A major tune, but I loved her. Cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our hearts don't meet, we were complete. Even if our hearts don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Shots, anyone? Shots? Shots, 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 shots.
We were complete. Even if our hearts don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
A part of me likes that natural snare and doesn't need this at all. I might keep this off.
Even if our hearts don't meet, at least
Sometimes I just like a little bit of length on it, you know, just a little bit, but I don't think it needs it.
even if our hearts don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
I agree, man. I'm liking the more natural snare, I think, too. I just had to kind of test this out, at least just for the outro, but like the rest of it doesn't seem to need this sample. Like I kind of like a natural sounding snare. It's nice when you just dial it in and it just works.
Even if our rights don't meet, at least
There's no snare sample in sight on that, and I like it. In the outro, it gets a little buried, but we could solve that with volume rides and automation.
my time is wasted on Macy. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on Macy.
Yeah, I think I'll just solve it with volume, because I like the sound of it. I don't like this so much right here.
My time is wasted on Macy. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on Macy.
Snare sounds so good, man. I don't want to touch it with a transient designer for sure. No way. I try to avoid that if I can help it. I'll do it if I need to rescue a terrible snare or something. I'll just as aggressive as I need to be with a transient designer, but I'm liking the way that sounds. I don't know if it needs it. It just needs some volume at the end. Some volume rides will get us through that outro. But the rest of it just works to me. Like there's a side mic, snare top, bottom, and side. But that's a valid solution to start. If you don't like the sound of your drums, transient designers are your friend. Start messing with that but that's a slippery slope. You can't make your drums. That's how Tom Lord Alge did a lot of the drum sounds on the live record, I think he said. I remember this interview where he talked about how like the recordings he got were like when he gets a snare that's like just not recorded well or there's too much bleed of other things, he'll just gate the thing completely except for this littlest like put in the front, and then take a transient designer and turn the attack all the way down, turn the sustain all the way up, and combine like that the attack on one track with that underneath it and blend the two together to give a cool snare sound. And you could do any combination of that too, where you just keep the attack of the real drum and then add a sample underneath, or like white noise. A lot of guys sample just white noise, kind of like the Andy Wallace style, to get length out of a drum when it's not there. But I like what we're doing here. I'm not going to touch it. I'm going to leave that snare alone. Just brought the solo down a little bit. That's what you just watched, like a 1.5 dB.
Macy saw more than her share of things.
Let's see what the Rhodes sounds like with the Wolfcomp on it too. Like there's a lot of different Rhodes parts that all kind of intertwine, but I'm really referring to this main one. This one right here. I'm just sort of obsessed at the moment, like today. I'm obsessed with the way Wolfcomp treats things.
Macy saw more than
A A little sad whirly. Very apropos. Let's hit it.
Macy saw more than her share of things most people could.
Pongmaster wrote, I love recording the snare wires in stereo. So like the bottom snare mic you're talking about in stereo, hard panned, gives ambiance for free without room already. That's interesting. I can't tell you I've heard that before. That's pretty interesting. 2 mics on the snare bottom. Usually that's a throwaway mic for a lot of people. It's just, you could use anything there. It's like, what works as a snare bottom mic? Whatever mic's left over. Because all we're going to do is get this like shushy sound out of it. We're going to compress it and slam it and just make it this lengthy, this weird, super fast attack on a compressor kind of thing. And create this gush. Just gush, gush, gush. That's your snare bottom. But I like that idea. Take 2 of them. 2 stereo mics for underneath and pan one left and one right. Dual snare bottoms. That's interesting. Interesting, Pongmaster 123.
Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made her sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets. Waiting by.
That's a cool idea, dude. I may have to try that one day. Snare just from the overheads and from the snare wires. What would be cool in that case, hear me out, right? This is just where my head goes. If you do record that with 2 mics underneath, pan one left and one right, but just one mono overhead right, like kind of perfectly centered over the kit so that you get a nice mono picture of the drums, but the width will be coming from the snare bottom. That's cool, dude. I feel like now we're onto something. That and a nice, like maybe a crotch mic out front of the kick. Getting like the perfect combination of kick and the rest of the kit with that mono overhead and 2 snare bottom mics. Whoa. We might be onto something here. We might be onto old school Detroit. That's where we might be onto something, guys.
'Cause you and I, we were complete.
I'm going to have to experiment with that. We shall see. We shall see. What shall say, what shall say, what shall say, what? It's a Rage Against the Machine song. I think it's called Calm Like a Bomb. Is that one? The end of the Matrix, like it ends, and you hear, what shall say, what shall say, what shall say, what? And you see Wachowski brothers across the screen, like Wachowski. Wachowski, Wachowski, what shall say? Coincidence? I think not. I know that's not the words they're saying, but is it a coincidence that it sounds like the words they're saying, and then we're looking at the screen, it says Wachowski brothers? Coincidence? I think not. What shall say, what shall say, what shall say, what?
My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me.
Sometimes that's the right move, by the way. It's mono overhead. I like your style with it. It's difficult, but it's difficult. Works often with Cole's 4038 as AB overheads. Sometimes what this talk just made me realize something, that like sometimes a mono overhead is the right call for the drums. And when do you know when that is the question. Well, depends what you're going for. More records than you realize, if you like that old school feel on a record, there's a mono overhead. There's not two. So that extra width can feel cool when you want to hear a crash over here, crash over, and make everything spread out. But, when I hear those Radiohead mixes, a lot of them, I'm not sure if they didn't use a mono overhead, because the drums feel so much smaller and more centered and kind of behind everything. So maybe a mono overhead and stereo rooms is what they're doing. And, the room's far away, mic's turned away, just to really mic the room up instead of the drum kit. But I think they might be using a mono overhead. I'm not positive on that. But I could tell you, every once in a while, I like to experiment with that. Like I may, just for argument's sake, because we're talking about it, let's see what happens if let's duplicate this center track, because I do have a center overhead. I have a left, a right, and a center. And what I wound up doing is not using the center for cymbals at all. I just wanted low end out of the center overhead, because I felt like I had enough on the left and right. Well, maybe I had even too much. We'll find out in a second. Let's take the center. We'll make a duplicate track of it. Boom. Let's just inactivate this one so we don't have to sweat it if I need to get back there. Let's mute the left and the right. Let's take off the 4KG, even though I've been using it just because we're going to put on the 4KE, or maybe even the Shep's Omni channel, because I'm staring right at it. It's sitting right there. It's hiding right here. Shep's Omni channel. Woo-hoo-hoo! You asked for it. You got it. Shep's Omni channel.
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune.
I'm going to put this back so we can A and B it. Like, I'll put this back in the game and just mute it. But I'm going to put a group together so I can just mute these and unmute them at the same time if I want to be able to groovy Tuesday. Oh, heads, orig. The original overheads. All right. Let's see if we can make it cooler with just a center overhead.
Only bottles, bags, and booze.
Let's even juice the goose a little. I think we're going to have to. Let's juice the goose. Let's see what happens.
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete.
The overheads are so much further away in the mix because they're the hard left, right panned, and a bunch of reasons. I got to make them a little louder here is what I'm feeling to compete.
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune.
We were at 13-1. Let's put our comments up so I can start just get back to stuff, to get back to where we once belonged. We're 13-1 across the board. 13-1, 13-1, 13-1. Now I can adjust to my heart's content.
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by.
Hear how much all of a sudden bringing the drums to the center is such an interesting feel. When you got stereo over, like we got rooms spread out, and I could even spread them more. I kind of tucked them in a little bit because I was already sort of feeling this this thing where I was like, I don't know if I want the drums so wide. And now I'm like, ooh, let's take that one step further. Let's experiment.
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our rights don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
I gotta say, I don't hate it. He doesn't hate it, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't hate it. Maybe in the interest of being Wolf crazy, we'll throw a Wolf comp on it. What is this, Wolf comp day? What is this, Wolf comp day?
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our rights don't meet. At least I
GDP, check it out. Le Freak Kick. The reason I say that is because Le Royale with cheese. Le Royale with cheese. Le Freak Kick.
only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our rights don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
I like it without the Wolf, I think, because it's adding a lot, maybe too much. But I'm really starting to feel this one mono mic on overheads. A little center overhead love. Little center overhead love. Drummer needs to have very good balance. For your trick to work, the drummer needs to have solid, very good balance. Or when using a mono overhead. Probably both. I feel like that's just essential. It's essential when a drummer's playing to hit the skins harder than he's hitting the cymbals. It's just kind of essential. Like in all cases, doesn't matter how you're miking the kit. It's just always the case.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her.
It's very interesting how in this song, somehow, some way, the mono overhead works. It's very interesting. Let's listen to it earlier. And I feel like this could just be my own personal bias or something, but maybe it's the fact that I listened to Radiohead right before I started doing this mix, which might be, I don't know if that's a negative or positive at this point. It's probably negative. It's never a negative to listen to Radiohead. That's a general rule, right? But it's making me obsessed with this, like, make the drums small and in the center thing. And it does that a little bit. Like, why spread them out so much?
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
Ooh, what about that? We'll kick it a little. So we'll just kick it a little bit to the right. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Slightly to the right. Panning how much? Little bit. Maybe 8. Pan it 8 to the right. You got your mono overhead. Maybe you need it to the right a little bit.
Phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
I got to check this headphones real quick, but then we're going to move on to automation because this is just a fun little test that might have turned in a direction that I'm actually kind of happy with. Let's find out.
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
In headphones, the great truth tellers that they are, it does feel bigger, a little more exciting with them spread out. It's unfortunate too. I almost bit the bullet on that one, and I might bite the bullet on it still. The billet is turning into the bullet. We shall find out. But at the same time, I'm liking it's such a weird toss up. There's something weird about having cymbal crashes be like center, another cymbal crash, center. Like, it's like, get over there, move over there, go that way, and they move around, but they don't when you have that mono overhead. They really just don't move.
At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Lysopene rock. I didn't do my homework, man. My goal and homework was to that's for the Lysopene rock. My goal was to listen to Italians pronounce the word lysopenes like tomatoes. My goal was to listen to as many people as I could find say that word so that I could say it right. We're getting there, but I appreciate the Lysopene road. Sounds great, man. I appreciate that. It makes me happy, dude. Right now I'm doing this weird thing, so keep it in mind. If you have a center overhead by chance, and you record left, overhead, center, and right, if you're in that position, you now have the luxury of auditioning a mono overhead after the fact, where you might be like, you know what? I like the overhead just in the center and not on the sides. No left, no right, just center. And use it with rooms if you want, left, right, or whatever. But that overhead in the center is very interesting and weird, and sometimes the perfect solution if you want to hear more music on the sides. You got guitars left, right, Rhodes left, right, organ left, right, vocals left, right. The drums going left, right also. It's like, what are we doing? Do we need all of that? I'm not so sure. And that's where we're at right now. We're just auditioning something crazy because of some tangent I went off on. So when I see what you just wrote, right? I see lycopene, or I see lysopene, or I see lysopene, or I see. So what I'm saying is, we're gonna have to sounds like, lyso sounds like diso or miso, or that's none of those are words, so this doesn't help. Lyso sounds like Lysol, but without the sol. Is that what we're talking about, or is it lyco, like bico, like bicycle, but instead of bicycle, bico? Is it like no soft C? You guys get what I'm saying at like, oh, okay, like, so it's a hard. That C is hard. It's like, oh, okay, lyco. Now, is it pen? Is it peen? Is it pen with a silent E, or is it penne? You see what I'm saying? I don't come up with all these options and possibilities. They're there. They're there for me to grasp and to stress out about. So I do. No soft C. I'm with you on that. But what's the deal with the penne, peen, pantaloons? What is that? Is it penne alla vodka? Is it peen? What is that? Talk to me. Somebody talk to me. I don't know what that is. Peen. Like dean of a school, but with a P, right? Talk to me. Sounds like dean. I guess that's where we're at. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's the sound of finally achieving the right way to say that word. Don't get me going. Don't get me going over there. Is it, I guess it sounds like dean, right? Sounds like bean. It sounds like stream, but with an N at the end instead of an M. Is that what we're talking about? Sounds like that, but rhymes with talk to me. Lycopene is pasta shaped like wolves. Nice. I think we've established it's lycopene. Lycopene! I like it. We're there, guys. We've established it. In case anybody was worried, I got through that. That was tough. There was a lot of permutations and possibilities of how that word could be said. We navigated it, and then we got our answer. Niles Pache, how you doing over there? Bada bing, we're over there talking backs, doing our thing. We're doing our thing. For me, it's just psycho face, red heart shape. Yeah, dude. No, your profile pic is awesome because I like your utilization of the YouTube play button as eyes. That's ridiculously cool. It's very. Mr. Psychotronic's got a sick profile picture that looks like a video game graphic from back in the day. It's very interesting. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? What do we got over here? So as I look through the jams, we're making it happen. Mono overhead showed up. The idea, and it's been plaguing me, so I tried it.
'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See,
Let's just listen to that fill.
my time is wasted on me. See, my time.
I'm just trying to pick a moment to judge this overhead mono situation in headphones. I think the stereo overheads wins this one, honestly, but it's a close call. And it's one of those things where by the end of this mix, we'll know the true answer here. But I'm going to abandon this for the moment. Keep the overhead left and right. The center is just a very dark overhead at the moment. So I don't want you to think that this is an overhead because it was, but not anymore in this case. Hear that just like a thumpy dark mic, and I combined that with these, and that was just on the 4KG I did. So it's giving me just some low end on the snare, on the kick, and it's not pushing the cymbals to the front is really the point of why I did it. And now when they're all together with the kick,
Now we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
and choice B, this is the mono overhead.
Now we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
It's interesting, but I just don't think it wins. I do like it though. That's awesome, dude. Lycopene Rock wrote it was in a punk band called the Killer Tomatoes. Lycopene is in tomatoes, hence Lycopene Rock, Tomato Rock. Ah, it all makes sense now. Now we have the backstory. Lycopene Rock, tomatoes. Makes perfect sense. It's perfect sense now. Mr. Psychotronic wrote, that's self-made. It's a pixel art naked mole rat layered with the YouTube buttons and a layer of a photo of the famous German artist Joseph. Is it Joseph Beuys? How do you pronounce Beuy's in German? Joseph Beuys? How do you say that? That haunts me and makes me do art. I dig that, dude. Hand orange covering eyes. Nice. That's interesting. I dig that. It's very cool. It's sick. It is definitely sick.
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets. Macy saw more than her tune, but I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home, 'cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to.
I'm going to leave in the mono overhead for the moment, and let's move on to do some automation, some other things. Just going to leave it there because it's really interesting to me how there's certain parts of the song where the overheads feel like they're the right volume, then they get where they feel too loud, and we could automate volume. That's not a thing, right? But it's just they're always out of the way when it's just the center overhead. That's how it feels. The drums feel smaller, but they feel more out of the way. And the rooms being in stereo means we still have some sort of directionality over things like the toms being panned gives us that too of where things are on the kit. So we're not losing a ton. All we're doing is sort of making cymbals from overhead smaller, putting them more centered. I don't hate it. Like, I still feel like the hi-hat's on the left because the room is panned that way.
Caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home, 'cause you and I, we were
I'm going to send this to you guys too, so we may audition yesterday's mix every once in a blue moon. I'll send that to your feed so you can hear what that sounds like.
Caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home.
Biggest differences so far, if we're going to recap whatever was done so far, the bass, we changed the sound of that and made it thicker and take up more space. As a result, more low end means you're going to feel like the high end and the mids come down a little because it's all relative. That said, we also took down a little bit of the harshness of build-ups that was happening on the effects checks of vocals. So the vocals have like a counterpart that's the effects stuff that was printed. All those effects I took down kind of 3K-ish a little bit, so that's opening up a little space there, makes it feel a little less in your face. You know, if you were to just judge them on volume, yesterday's is going to be louder because today most of the stuff we've done is take away with the exception of the bass, and also the overheads. That's the biggest difference you're hearing there too. Is the overheads are no longer keeping the drums feeling super wide. They've made it smaller, which is really interesting as a choice. I kind of like it. Most people are always like, let's make it big, let's make it huge, let's make it wide. But sometimes the answer is actually the opposite of all that. Make it smaller. Make something smaller. And a lot of this started, I have to reiterate it, from listening to Radiohead, Paranoid Android, and, No Surprises, OK Computer. Listen to OK Computer. Notice the mix of how the drums feel kind of smaller in comparison to the music, especially on something like Paranoid Android. The music, the vocals, like everything that's an instrument besides drums takes up all this space, is super wide, just encompasses the left and right side of the speaker. It sounds like this freaking orchestra of 100 people. It sounds amazing. And the drums are a part of that, but they're not 17 parts of that. They're just like one little part of it amongst this orchestra thing. And it's cool. It's a very different take on, on mixing, which I love. I find it to be amazing. The drums don't have to be the focus on every song. That's a fact. I know some people would disagree, but it's a fact either way. They don't have to be the focus. And this sort of takes a little of the focus away from them, which I'm kind of feeling. I'm feeling it at the moment anyway. Feeling it at the moment. Feeling it at the moment. I said it right the first time. Nice. The Joseph, I said boys. And that was a good guess, huh? That was a good guess, man. Sometimes I guess right. Lycopene Rock Road, I like it too. Sounds vintage with the cymbals mono. It does. It gives it, if I were to say, like, if somebody said to me, you have any tricks to make drums sound mono? I would say use less mics to record them than you would if you're thinking like, oh, I need 12 mics on drum. No, you don't. And center mono overhead. Like, just get one over kind of the snare. Mess with the position until you feel like it's in the right place to capture the kit from above. But that and like 2 other mics, and you got your vintage drum sound. And you could always expand on it. You could go stereo rooms if you want, like I happen to have here, and a center overhead. Kick mic is important. I find kick mics very important. But where you put the kick mic, if you put it in the crotch mic position, like sort of towards the top of the kick drum, facing the crotch, but also kind of tipped in towards the snare a little bit, like find the sweet spot there on the outside of the kick facing in is the money for capturing a lot. I like an RE20 there. It's anything that will capture low end, and a dynamic is often a good move for something there. But you could put anything there, and as long, you just got to be careful. There's a lot of SPL level coming at it and stuff. I wouldn't necessarily put like a ribbon there, but you could put a Coles as that mono overhead if you want more vintage sound in there. Great stuff. You could mic the snare if you want, but that overhead. Mono overhead, just play with it. I'm telling you guys, man, that's the secret. I'm happy to do something different on this mix like that. Like, this is the first mix I've done that, and it was, follow the path of whatever's coming at you that day. And for me, it was like, ooh. What drew me to Radiohead today? I don't know, but it's one of my favorite albums of all time. I decided, let me play that, hit play, and I was just like, this is so interesting. And it changed what I do today. It's so interesting how music has that effect. You could mix something completely different because of something you were influenced by that day. Something you've heard your whole life, but that day it decided to tell you, like, hey, you remember me? I'm over here. Listen to this right before you mix something. I thought that was cool. So let's do our VCA dump. Good old dump stuff into the VCAs. So kick, in, out, any triggers, even if they're muted, I'm going to put them in too, just in case. Like, this one's muted, but we'll throw them in there anyway. I could inactivate it and fun stuff just in case, so that, make sure there's no automation. You can tell if it's yellow, it's automated. Let's inactivate this. Anything muted, let's inactivate just in case I want to solo stuff. And then I wind up accidentally turning one on and then forgetting it's on, which is always a possibility. Kick in all the way to here. Let's hit him. Let's hit him with the kick VCA. Hit him with the kick VCA, the VCA, the VCA, the VCA. All right. Snare top, bottom, snare side. That's how we're getting our snare sound in this particular track. Snare top, bottom, and side. And no snare. What's going on with the snare trigger? I thought we turned that off. Why is it on?
Bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our hearts don't meet.
It should be off. I want it off. I want it off. And I want it now. Brr. Anybody know what song that is? I had to learn that song to play at a like one of these in high school. It was like all singers, whatever they're called, all some the choir nonsense or whatever. I wasn't in that, but I played guitar in the school and everybody knew it, especially the music teacher, because I had a class with that dude. He was a cool guy, and every year they brought this crew of the choir singer, whatever they called those guys. I forget that. It was a bunch of, it was guys, girls, it was a whole class of these people. They brought them down to like Disney World, not Land, California, World, Florida. They brought them down there for some performance in front of the whatever. It's like this thing they did all the time. They played a bunch of, there you go, Lycopene Rock nailed it. They played a bunch of Queen songs. Lycopene. That's the triangle of correct answers. So basically, they brought everybody down there. They put them all up in the Disney World hotel thing. Like, everything was paid. It was awesome. And they needed a guy to play guitar for the Queen stuff so just rip a bunch of solos. I was the dude. They had me show up. They had me do the thing. And the first day, they handed me a book full of music. I don't read music. So I was just like, oh, okay. And then they just played, and I just figured out something to play along with it. I just had the book in front of me and pretended I was reading it the whole time. Everybody knew, I mean, the teacher especially, that I wasn't reading the book. He cracked up, but didn't matter. Didn't matter in the slightest. Made it to Disney World and did my thing, and it was not what the book said to play. That's 100% true, but made it happen either way. That's what we do. We make it happen. I was definitely not the right guy for that. If they wanted someone to play the solo note for note written in whatever music book that was, that was not me. I was not meant for that job. But there was a rehearsal, of course, or a couple, and way before we went to Disney World. I did the same thing there. They thought it was great. So I was like, okay, I don't need to read the book, guys. I ain't reading that book because I couldn't. But either way, it's great stuff. Great stuff. Good memories. Good memories. In case you didn't know that, I don't read music. It's not something I do. That's not something I do. Snare VCA. Let's just inactivate these two because we don't want them coming on out of nowhere. What's going on with my clicker? My mouse is like doing a weird dance. It's like, stop bugging out on me, clicker. Uh-oh, did I put this in the group? Did I put this one in the group? I think I did. But I'm not positive. Let's just get rid of that group. And then group it again. All right. Bear with me while I juice the goose here. Snare verb. I think I did, but just for posterity to make sure we don't screw around. Snare VCA. Okay. Rack. We're not using any triggers, huh? Look at that. No triggers. Those toms sound, I don't know about you guys, they sound like toms to me. Could they be like more woo woo? Maybe, but I don't need that woo woo. I think we all agree. We don't need that woo woo. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody need that woo woo. Let's see what's going on. Is this bypassed on or off? No, it ain't doing nothing. The whole track is muted, and there's no pan on the mute. I just look at this. If this is mute is yellow, that means it's on and off in some crazy, ridiculous fashion, and I got to be aware of that. Nope. So we come in, we click rack, we go to inactive. I wish there was a command for inactive. I don't think there is, but I wish there was, like a quick key. If there is, lay it on me. Maybe you guys know it, and I'm just unaware of the quick key. Nothing yellow. Nothing yellow, nothing gained. Do you ever hear that expression? Nothing ventured, nothing yellow. Okay. Floor tom muted. Floor tom. Good. Let's get rid of these. All right. I'm going to leave these overheads where they're at instead of making them inactive. I'm just going to go room to rack. Room to rack. Rack to room. Rack. Let's go clicker. I don't know if you guys can tell, but my mouse is bugging out a little at the moment, but it's all right. It'll be back. Every once in a while it does this. I don't know why. Who knows? Drum. What are we calling this? Drum BCA. Had a little brain fart there for a second. We don't want any of the parallel stuff in it because it'll move by itself. We're not using any bass bus on this at this point. So we just take it from the track itself. If it was sent somewhere, I'd have to take it from here like I usually do, the two buses. But in this case, I just am sending from here, hitting it with a couple things, and calling it a day. So that's what we're going to do, is just take it from the purple. Bass VCA. Okay, now Guitar City. Guitar City, indeed. There's plenty of guitars. So we just click the top one. I might put the solo in a separate place. No, we're going to leave it together for now. We'll do all guitars together, and we'll do keyboards and Rhodes, like the organ and the Rhodes together. So mentally, I have to like figure out what I'm going to do. So all guitars, including the solo, will be together. Right, that makes sense, right? There's nothing else in the song. Yeah, okay, just making sure. Guitar VCA. Rhodes all the way through organs. So we'll call it keys VCA. And now we will do, I hardly ever go to this view. I remember talking about that with GDP. I was like, the one time I went to this view once, I just hardly ever chill in this view, but it makes it easy to see what's highlighted. That's why I like this view. It makes it easy to see what's been selected. What else? Vocals. So let's just take all the vocals, these through these, and we don't need these pinks. The pinks are unnecessary. I could probably just get them out of the session at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And there's nothing on this flavor track. I didn't put anything there because it doesn't need it. It has flavor galore. So we don't need this flavor track in our game system. But I'll take it out later. Let's go Voc VCA. Just in case I wind up using it. Voc VCA. Okay, all the Vocs together. So once you establish the balance that doesn't hurt your ears when you listen, now you can automate big groups of stuff. That's the concept here. So between, what do we got, 7 things? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can do our style that we do. And click here. I click there so it lights up when it flashes by me, because I just spin the knob until I see the one that's lit up, because it makes it super easy. I know there's a way to like make colors associated with this stuff too, so it'll be bright pink or something when it comes by. But I find I don't need the tricks and frills of a lot of the updates that are there now. It's like, I know kick is always the one on the left. I know vocals are always the one on the right. Snares after kick, drums after. It's always the same order. Put your VCAs in the same order all the time. Don't mess around. So I know kick, snare, drums, bass, guitar, other, vocal. Like, that's always that way. If there's a flavor track, it's usually last. But if I have two groups of vocals, maybe you got a bunch of different people singing, and it's like one group and two group, then that'll extend until that last fader, and I'll have 8 things. But it's generally 7 things you can break it down to a session. I find it's like the most common number. That's why it doesn't matter if there's 128 tracks. It's ultimately got to get to 7, so you can do your little life here, little life there. All right, so now we're going to automate. I usually save it as like aught. And now let's hit it with some touch. Brian May would be proud. It wouldn't surprise me if Brian May can read sheet music like the back of his hand, just sight read, because the dude's a rocket scientist or something, isn't he? There's a couple people in music who are totally brilliant and they fly under the radar and you wouldn't even know it. Like the dude in Offspring, I think, is a rocket scientist. The singer from Offspring, if I'm not mistaken. Brian May, I know, I don't remember what I read up something about him once, that he had like some crazy high IQ or something. Pete Townsend also, I think, crazy high IQ, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like there's something there about these guys, that they're like real brilliant genius dudes. I don't know what it is. Something tells me that that's the case. Let us use our SSL view, and let us cue that we will be doing it by hitting them with the... We haven't quite figured out our own brand of sound effect just yet. I'm sort of really into the bicycle horn. I think everybody knows it. Pongmaster 1 2 3, Bud Spencer 2. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but the guys who play in like Scary Pockets or even like Danny Carey, anybody who's playing some crazy ridiculous math on their instrument where the time signature is, the math is there, like, I think it requires an extra level of intelligence or something to be able to do that. Because when I do it, I never count. Like, for me to play in another time signature successfully, I have to feel the groove of that other time signature and just get that embedded in my head, whatever it feels like a dance step almost. Like I have to fit some sort of dance step into it, and then I'll always be locked into it. But I'm not counting. Like, I don't know how anybody does that and goes like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 1 2 3 4 6 1 2 3 4. I threw a 6 in there. I don't know why I did that, but you know what I'm saying? Like, they do those weird, like, oh, it's a measure. It's 13, then it's 4, then it's 7, then it's 15, then it's 13, then it's 4, and they keep changing it. Like, oh, this time it'll be 4, the next time it'll be 3, but the rest of them are always 13, 6, 5. It's like, what kind of time signature is that? And I'm always amazed when people could do it, because some of that, I feel like you have to count. You can't find the groove to it because it's just all over the place. When it's the same thing consistently, but it's some weird, 2 different things, one after the other. Like, all right, I can find a step that'll get me into playing that. But if I can't figure out some sort of like a dance step in my brain to it, like we're not really dancing, but mentally, like a something I could lock into that makes sense. I can't figure it out. It's tough. It's tough to keep that. So I don't know. Maybe I just don't have that extra chromosome or whatever it takes for that thing. But Lycopene Rock wrote, his dad made his guitar so smarts runs the family. Sucks the fun out of it for me too. Feel it. Yeah, dude, you're talking about the time signature thing. But yeah, Brian May's dad made his guitar. They made the guitar together, didn't they? That's so crazy. And that guitar is like, it had such a cool sound. But a lot of that sound is also the fact that he uses a sixpence, I think. He uses a metal pick. That's a currency in England. That's the thing he uses to play the guitar, which is why the attack of the strings sounds so unique on all of Brian May's stuff. All his solos have such a, like the Bohemian Rhapsody solo is so unique, but the attack of the notes is really specific because it's this unflinching metal pick on a metal string. Interesting. GDP Japan wrote, paradoxically, I know pretty much about how to change every color in Pro Tools despite being colorblind. Perhaps because I need to accommodate so it makes sense to me. My sessions are like rainbows. That's interesting. And I feel for you, man, on your colorblindness. That's rough, especially since you're a pilot. That's like being an audio engineer and having ringing in your ears. It's rough. Like that colorblind as a pilot is rough, dude. That's rough, man. That's rough. Constant tinnitus is rough, but because the difference between the terrains, that's how they get you. That's why that test is important for being a pilot, I think, right? Because you have to be able to tell I don't know if it's the elevation changes or what, but the differences of the terrain from one to, like, you have to be able to see that or something. I don't know. Something like that, right? I don't know all about it that I should. The extent of it that I know is that it's very hard for people who are colorblind to be pilots. I feel for you, dude. So let's see what's popping here.
Macy was
Let's see what's given us this hiss, and let's correct it before I even do this. So I've done something like this before, and I could, like, if there's several ways to do this. You could locate where the hiss is. That's the easiest way to take it off the track itself.
Macy.
It's clearly this track. Now, that's because Wolfcomp has noise. Hit that. No more noise. Let's hear it.
Macy.
Didn't work. So I'm going to show you another way to do it. Let's see if it's even this. A good way to tell is to mute it.
Macy.
See, it's not that. Whatever it is that we're hearing is coming from something else.
Macy.
It's probably the other Wolfcomp that I threw on the Rhodes. You just always be aware whenever you're using Wolfcomp that noise, even though it's off, is going to come back to bite you. Let's see, is it this one?
Macy was a friend of mine.
It's not that. It might be at what's going on our mix bus. Let's try to solve it the way I would if I didn't want to search for it. I would turn this X noise on, and I want to put it kind of late in the chain too. Like, I might put it up here. I might put it right here. No, wait, I moved black box. That's the wrong one. Here we go. I might put it here, right? And we turn on X noise, and I'm automating the bypass, master bypass. Sometimes I automate the threshold and the reduction also. But essentially, we want this thing to just turn on in the parts of the song before everything starts playing. The drums start playing, the guitars start playing, you won't even notice the noise. That noise becomes the C, like Dave Pensato put it. Like, the noise is just part of it. It could be all these tape plugins on our master, it could be anything. And if we hit them with the, let's see, this might have a noise control too. I don't even know if it does. Maybe not. So I don't see one. So what I like to do is hit them with this who is it? X noise. And you see how it's off, but it's on here. So what we want to do is basically turn it on. Let's hear it. We need to be able to hear the thing. Let's also take out the threshold. We could always put this on later once we set it. You could have it learn where the noise is. Sometimes it's helpful. And now it cut the noise out. But you don't, like I said, you turn it on once everybody starts rocking and rolling. And it doesn't even have to be like in the chorus. It could just be where the band comes in and something distracts you from the noise.
All the time. Whiskey lover.
Right there. Once that guitar starts playing, nobody's going to be able to tell there's noise there. You know, it might be a touch early. We could do it later, but I have a feeling that's going to be just fine. Let's hear it.
All the time. Whiskey lover. Even locked in.
See, like the guitar reverb starts adding to that area of the frequency spectrum, so you sort of lose track of it a little. In a case like this, we could also potentially take it up more, and it'll open up the chorus as soon as the noise shows up. Like you're using noise as an effect to make it feel bigger if you take it and hold it till later. So let's just see what happens there.
Locked inside her room. She won't see the sun till noon. Locked inside her room. She won't see the sun till noon. And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up. And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets. Waiting by the phone to bring you home.
I dig it. And I might do it if there's a quiet part that comes back later, like in our case, the outro, this part, right before the outro part, this thing. And you don't have to turn it on right when the part happens. As soon as things get loud, you won't even notice the noise. That was actually a really good tip from Jason Joshua too. He said the Nine Inch Nails song where Trent Reznor does this, essentially there's all this noise in it, and then he takes it away and it makes you feel sort of uneasy as soon as he does it. So he's using the noise as a way to like establish a sound in the track, and then when he removes it, it feels like almost like eerily empty. And it's a super sparse track. The I wanna you like an animal, that track. It's a great tune, but just notice how when he goes to the help me, there's no more noise, and it starts with noise. It's very, very cool. It's something I never noticed until you pointed it out. I thought that was cool.
My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See?
Yeah, we don't need, and then sometimes endings too of songs, if there's a tail or a fade, you might need it there too. So I hope this helped, this little goose stuff here. Yeah, dude, are you kidding me? Lycopene, this is one of those things where this is one of those things that I've used a million times. I had one guy say to me once, he's like, I love the mix, but is it finished? I was like, what do you mean? You love the mix? I wouldn't have sent it to you unless I thought it was finished. Of course it's finished. He's like, well, there's just this there's a bunch of noise in it still. And I was like, what do you mean there's a bunch of noise in it? And I listened to it and I was like, oh, okay, give me a second. And then I did a revision in 5 minutes, just like this, where the beginning of the song, where it was super quiet and this was a rap song. It was just a guy, it was just the beat track, very sparse, and the vocals kind of didn't start yet or something. And I remember all I had to do was use this cancellation thing for that part. And then as soon as the thing kicked into gear where now all of a sudden the track's playing, I took it off. So it sounds like the exact same mix. And he's like, oh, it's perfect. I love it. Because what he wasn't saying, in the mix, I hear noise and I don't like it. He was saying, in the sparse parts, I'm distracted by the fact that there's noise. And that's it's something that you got to realize, for people who grew up with tape and stuff like we don't care about the noise, but some people do. And it does this weird push-pull thing where they won't focus on the great thing about whatever they're listening to. They'll just hear the noise. So take it away from them in those moments where it's obvious. And then in the parts where it's in the mix, I guarantee you they won't hear it, because it's part of the sound at that point. I knew the person was not going to say, I still hear it in the mix. I knew that. So I just did it off the first 15 seconds or whatever it was in the front, and then maybe off the ending too, which is what I was checking right here. It's how does it end? If it ends with a long fade out of something, you'll hear the noise. As soon as the music gets low enough, the noise comes back. You'll be like, oh, there it is. That's the noise. So if you get rid of it at the end, they won't realize it's been there the whole time. So there's all these little mind tricks that we do, and that's one of them. See, that fade makes it actually work, so it doesn't matter. You don't really need it. But you hear how much quieter it is without it? That's not worse than this. But who needs the fade to have this noise with it? You know what I'm saying? So you almost, if you get rid of it there, never even notice there was noise. That's the beauty. Every tape machine has noise. Every analog console has some noise. Every single piece of analog gear has noise. So if you like old school sounding stuff, you like noise too. Stop pretending like you don't. Just get it right where you put it. I like to put it at the moment of it still being loud. Because if you put it where it's already quiet, now you'll hear it come off. You'll be like, what is that? It'll draw your attention to the fact that it's gone now. If you put it where things are still loud, there's a cymbal crash over it and stuff, you won't even hear the plug-in turn on and then the noise disappear. You'll be distracted by the cymbal crash. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I pick my spot. That feels right. Sounds like the quietest song ever. How'd you make a mix with no noise in it? Magic. It's oh yeah, there's no noise in the whole song. Yeah. 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 All right, automation time. Do that late too. If you have a clipper or something, you could put it before your limiter too. There's no, it'll probably sound the most natural if you do it before the limiter. But I just sort of put it here and it works, so I'm fine with it. I don't want to dial it again after I move it, but essentially, experiment with different places to put this thing. I would want to put it after whatever's creating the noise, though, not before, because then it won't have as much of an effect. So whatever's creating all the noise, put it right after that. But it doesn't have to be last in your chain, and I actually recommend that it's probably not, because if you put it at the very end, you need whatever the last plugin is to hold the stuff out of the red lights. If you don't want to see red lights and the peak over zero thing, and you're close to it, and you have anything after that plugin, it's very likely that that plugin will create the ability to go over that zero mark, even if it's a noise reduction plugin. So I like to keep the last plugin as whatever the thing is keeping the red lights off. And then you go before that, or you go before, the other one. In my case, this one. Let's run it.
At least I have this song. Macy was a friend of mine.
No problem, Lycopene Rock. GDP answered my question here, too. Let's see what it is. He wrote, they limit your license for daytime only. Oh, man. That's rough. GDP wrote, you need to see the red navigation light on the left wing and green on the right one. Yellow from behind. Interesting. The red navigation light on the left wing and green on the right one. Yeah, that's like with boats, too. It's the port starboard deal. You got the green light on the right, the red one on the left, green starboard, red port. And it's always like that. Yeah. Red left, green right, green starboard, red port. That way, when at night you see the boat go by, you know which direction it's heading. Because a lot of times it's hard to judge direction. But if you're looking at the red, you're looking at the left side of that boat. If you see green, you're looking at the right side of that boat. See, on a plane, I would almost think things are moving too fast. By the time you can tell what's on the wing, whether it's red or green, it's all over at that point. If you could see that color, I mean, unless it's some huge painted thing that freaking lights up like a billboard in Times Square, I'm not so sure it works the same way. But on boats, things tend to move a little slower.
Macy was a friend of mine.
Anybody who's checking it out for the first time, I appreciate you stopping by. We're about to do some automation. Do we have the right view up? We don't have it. But feel free, throw something in the comments. Be part of this chat section with a bunch of other engineers just like yourself. We're growing this thing. This is the 23rd stream. We don't plan on stopping. We're bringing engineers together as if we're all in one big studio on different sides of the hallway. This is the view that we have going. And you know what? I gotta hit him with the wipe for some. It's like, I don't know what it is. It's almost like I shed these little dust particles. I shed them from my freaking nose or something. I don't know. I shed them from my eardrums. And every day, more accumulate. And I don't know about you guys, but whoever owns gear, like audio gear, the more audio gear you have, the more you have to wipe it down. Just constantly getting the dust off stuff, because I feel like dust is a no-no. You know what I'm saying? It's just like a constant thing. So let's rock and roll here. That's the view of both, so you can see some of the lanes as well. You'll be able to see some lanes in here. I'm leaving everything on the mix bus on while I do this, by the way.
Macy was a friend of mine. She got wasted all the time.
I may even want to adjust this a little more to get rid of some of this front stuff. Maybe I'll even move this and see if it accomplishes more like this.
was a friend of mine. Macy was a friend of mine. She got wasted all the time. Whiskey lover. Even locked inside her room. She won't see the sun till noon. 'Cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always call.
That works right there. See, right here, it sounded like I was hearing more noise than I wanted because it was working against this, which was bringing up the level, and then the noise is trying to kill it. It's like, I can't kill it. It keeps coming up. So, it's like a game of whack-a-mole. Music's coming up, so instead I put it in front of it, and it felt like it solved the problem better. Didn't have to fight against the freaking Mic DSP, the Mic DSP is like a rocket ship. The thing's just like, how loud do you want it? All the way? Perfect. So it's just, super loud. How loud do you want it? Yes. It's just like, that's the answer it gives you.
Macy was a friend of mine. She got wasted all the time. Whiskey lover. Even locked inside her room. She won't see the sun till noon. And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we barely.
I'm only going to automate vocals on this intro part. It helps to do that, by the way. Break it down in your head about like intro to chorus, what's not being heard, rather than like keep your hand on everything the whole time, because you started your mix in the automation phase of it where the volumes were fine. That's why you started, because you're like, this works the majority of the time. That's why I'm happy with the levels. So once you're at that point, okay, you shouldn't need to out the gate be like, ooh, 2 more dB of kick drum, 3 more dB of bass. Oh, key, like, what's the point? It's a lot of ooh, it's a freaking owl in here. You know what I'm saying? There's no need to do that. You just leave it be, and then you can rock and roll. No big deal. You only need to touch it when you need to touch it. Like right now, I'm like, the vocal could come up a little bit here and there, just so I could hear a little more of it.
Macy was a friend of mine. She got wasted all the time. Whiskey lover. Even locked inside her room. She won't.
So like words like room, he's doing a room, a little vibrato at the end. I want to hear that. So I'm going to bring it up.
Macy was a friend of mine. Macy was a friend of mine. She got wasted all the time. Whiskey lover. Even locked inside her room. She won't see the sun till noon. And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets. Waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong.
Ooh, a little on the wrong. I'm going to hit him with the wrong.
To prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Now, I'm going to try to take my focus to the drums as well sometimes for fills or crashes or this or that, but so far I don't think we need it. They're sort of, the volume's carrying us. Maybe just the snare, if we can get any more of that click.
And I, we barely Always caught up in the sheets.
We need a little sheets love too. Sorry about that if you heard that little belch or welch.
And now we barely breathe. Always caught.
Let's run it again.
And now we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets. Waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Oh, prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear.
See, the vocals come up already here naturally. I don't even know if I need to ride this.
Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made her sing up.
Maybe just the couldn't help.
Couldn't help her. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made her sing a major tune.
I'm just getting rid of some stuff so it's easier for you guys to see what I'm doing here.
Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze.
See, the bottles, we don't want bottles to be like, bottle, over the top. Like, chill a little bit while I'm doing it. You know what I mean?
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets. Now we barely breathe. Now we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets.
The ends of the words, breathe at the end. As soon as I hear breathe, I'm going. I'm going. As soon as I hear the BR, I'm going to get the end of the word breathe. Same thing on the sheets. As soon as I hear the sh, I'm in there. The eats, I want that eats.
Barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets. Waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet, at least I have this song to.
Maybe a little snare with that, Phil.
You and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Little prove me wrong action.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
don't know if you guys could hear this thing in the background. This like he says the word and then I hit it with like some crazy echo and stuff and printed it all in the flavor track that's with the vocal. It's the faintest little sound, but to me it adds depth. The reason I'm mentioning this is because when people ask like what creates depth, my answer would be a horizon line. In other words, when you make a painting, if you just have a blank canvas and you put a stick figure in the front of that picture, well, if you draw another stick figure about waist high instead of, starting with the feet on the bottom of the page, you put it waist high with no line in the middle of that page. You have no horizon. So all you have is a floating stick figure, a stick figure that for some reason has jumped in the air, but they're all in the same plane. Everybody's in the same space. There's no depth. They're not far away. They're just floating in the air next to the stick figure. You got two stick figures, one's floating. You put a horizon line in that picture. So what is that? It's a way to judge depth. You have to have something quiet, especially in sections like this. If you take a sound and you make it super quiet and give it like more verb or something than it should, or some sort of a weird tail, but make it quiet also, they act together to all of a sudden to have your ear set where the depth is. It'll become far away. Now, once you have something set far away, now you can bring it super close as the juxtaposition of it, like an opposite. You got far, now you can create close. And if you don't put where far is, all you got is two jumping stick figures musically. That's all you got. You got stuff right in your face and then more stuff right in your face. Not the same thing. So this weird moment of this little syllable that I decided to make super low and just send it off into the distance, with an automated reverb or something like that, makes us feel like the next part is loud. It's interesting. I find something like that, the littlest thing could be just a topic of conversation, because it's all a part of mixing, in my opinion. And when you have a moment like this in the song that gets quiet, those are your opportunities to set the depth, to set where the freaking horizon is, and then change it when you wanted to punch people in the face. So listen for the I'll hit my finger up when it happens. So you hear it once and then it moves. It's over there. It's like It's because it's this like echoey thing, but it's so quiet. That's super quiet on purpose. So that's what I'm saying. Is all that and then the weird whooshy alien thing that I love to do. Like automate stuff like that with verb to be close or far also, so you could hit it with like a ton of verb to make it far away, and then take the verb off with automation slowly, and then as soon as you want things to punch you in the face, no verb on it at all. Like you use the verb, more and less in terms of like the amount of verb, how wet the thing is, to create the illusion of depth also. So many different ways you could do this. Another one is just brightness. Like if something's behind a wall, or behind, far away, behind a building, behind a wall, behind a blanket, behind anything covering something, like a door, you get this. You get that dark, like shaded, like you don't really hear it. So you could use the dark to make it feel like it's behind something. And then in your face is bright. So there's all sorts of ways you could do this. I even heard JJP talk about this with compressors. And every time JJP talks about a compressor, you got to listen. And that dude was like, he was talking about how a faster attack can essentially, what he was saying was the attack can make you feel the same thing about, like, you can EQ with attack and release. He was basically saying the brighter something sounds, essentially the like, I can't even put it into words because I didn't fully grasp it because I've never used a compressor for this in this way. But the concept was, if you turn the attack up, it's gonna basically chomp down on the note more, and just the attack setting alone can control brightness or darkness because of that. So I don't know. I still don't fully get it. I probably need to watch that video again. It was him. It was Pensado interviewing him, or him interviewing Pensado. I recommend everybody watch both because they're both like moments in time that need to be constantly watched to try to pick up every little detail you can pick up. But yeah, there's 2 interviews that Pensado has, and one he interviews JJP. I think that's the first one, and then the second one is JJP interviews him, and that one is the one that I think I got the most out of, to be honest with you. And I got so much out of both, but JJP gives you his tips throughout the whole thing on both of them, so they're just, I know his style and method of you can delay something and make it feel later with a compressor. Like that is a concept I think more people can wrap their head around, which is like when a compressor starts to work on something, it can push it a little ahead or a little behind in the bar line to make it feel a little rushed or a little more delayed, a little behind the beat or a little in front. You can sort of manipulate things with a compressor. But when it comes to the dark or bright, that's the part that I almost feel like it has to be the opposite of what I said, like a faster attack. I think he said that a faster attack has the illusion of being brighter. Like when there's more aggressive attack, it becomes brighter. So if you control that, it would be darker, and that would mean the opposite of this in the control sense on a compressor. So that would mean if you turn if you made a super fast attack, you're chopping more of the transient off, and that has to become darker, you would think. But I think in explaining it just now, I may have clarified something for myself that I never really understood the first time I heard it. I got to rewatch that video. It's really worth watching. I'm not saying you should watch it right now, but you should put it on your list. It's a great video. But yeah, that's like a whole nother level of can you imagine mixing a song and using just compressors to do it and using them in this way for their EQ potential? That's insane. That's just insane. We may have to do it one day. That's insane. In doing it, we'll really figure out what he was talking about, I bet, if we force ourselves to do it. I love it. I love it. Let's be uncomfortable. That sounds amazing. Let's try that. Every once in a while I do that Andy Wallace thing where I get one loud snare hit in there and then I just let it go back to where it was. But just like one extra loud snare hit when a part changes or something, or a kick if you need it, like on the downbeat, just whatever you need. We're going to boost our keys up a little bit here. And I'm going to save the key ride here. Like, I want this thing to actually stay at 0 until that explosion, because that'll make it feel bigger also. Like, there's no reason. The keys are playing the whole time in that part, so I don't want them to come up until the explosion.
Time is wasted.
trying to maintain control of our drums here a little. I want the snare in this whole part to come up, so I'm just going back here for a second, then I'll resume at the end. Go back to right here.
My time is wasted on me. 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 My time is wasted on me.
I may have pushed the drums up a little too much in the overheads and rooms and stuff here, so let me just check that.
My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. Busy, 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 busy on me. Busy, 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 busy. My time is wasted.
There's some cool kick drum stuff going on. I have to hear as soon as the part goes to double time. That part.
My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. Busy, 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 busy. My time is wasted.
It's a weird, like, flubby note in there I might have to correct.
Busy, 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 busy. My time is wasted.
Can't hear it in the track. I'm just obsessed with nothing.
Busy, 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 busy. My time is wasted.
Yeah, that sounds pretty tight.
Busy. My time is wasted. My time is wasted on me.
Vocals and keys focus at the moment, real quick. A little vocal key focus.
My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See,
Yeah, might as well have the name in the song Macy actually be heard.
my time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, busy, 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 busy. My time is wasted.
Let's hear this. Let's get that bass up a little in this outro. See, it's normal for the song to build in intensity too, so I may pull back the master a little to send slightly less level of all of this stuff into compression and all that, just to give it a little more room to breathe. You just be careful, though. It will change your balance, so I'm not saying that that's a good idea. It's a good idea to check it and see if you like it that way, but you may lose something. So be prepared that I might not do that also. I might just undo a move like that, but I might also just check it. And we could pick our moment and time in the chain to do it. Like, let's say the mic DSP is getting a few dB too much gain reduction happening. So maybe you do it there, even though that's super late in the chain. The only thing after it's gold clip keeping the red lights off, and it's clipping like 0.1 dB or something. It's like clipping hardly anything. But the point is that mic DSP getting hit a little harder as a kind of culminated result of all the automation moves that increase towards the end of the song, making the threshold a little higher on that so it doesn't compress as much may be a good move. But again, it will change the balance of stuff, so be careful. Yeah, I want a little, like, once these guitars come in, I like them, but, like, let's get another dB of bass in there. If you want to let it ride, by the way, and not have to hold your hand on it, just set it to latch. Whichever one you think, just you can set and then let go at that point. That's latch is a good move, but I like touch because I like the movement. I like how it can get a little hotter and come back, a little hotter and come back. I like the movement up and down by letting go of the fader. So I'm taking it off my finger off it right before the downbeat, so that it'll if it gets any quieter, it's really just on that walking riff, and then the downbeat is powerful because it comes up that dB on the downbeat. So I mean, that's the concept. This is not every song the same. It's just what does that song need where. I may take it down here, 1 dB. And maybe in this guitar part now, we'll go to the guitar track and just raise that a little bit because I like the volume of all the rhythms. The rhythm guitars sound good to me. The lead might need to come up a smidge, so we'll just ungroup a bunch of stuff. Could have just done the guitars, but that's okay. Where's the guitar solo group I created? Here we go, guitar solo. And we'll bring this up like 1.6 dB, which is actually where it was earlier. I brought it down 1.6 before automation, and I should have known. I should have known.
Time is wasted on me.
Now, I love the way this guitar sounds, but I just want to experiment with something. It's kind of dry. We could hit it with something. Let's hit it with, like maybe the Black Spring. It's so funny how this comes with Pro Tools. It's also one of my favorite reverbs for guitar.
Time is wasted on me.
I have globals on, I forgot, so it's actually twisting the knobs for me on both, which is what you want in this case. When you make a group, make sure your globals are on. So Apple G, globals, make sure whatever's selected the way you want to roll so that, for in our case, I don't even know what insert is this. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Is that what that is? This would be H. So yeah, it looks like it's actually not. That's weird. Why is it working? Maybe I just counted funky. Oh, it's not. It's actually not connected. Okay, but if I selected H for all controls on this, it would move them. In our case, it doesn't really matter. It's easy enough to just go like that too. See, it's actually an interesting thing. To do something like this is the softening effect, which means you can make it a little louder in the mix, but it won't sound like so abrasive in your face because you're adding a touch of this, some sort of dimension to it, like a spring reverb or something, very little bit of depth it adds to the sound, so you don't feel like it's just smack dab in the front staring you in the eyeball. And that could be okay to have it that way, but this to me makes it where I could keep the volume up here and it doesn't feel as abrasive. Ooh, I just thought of an idea. Guys. You know what the idea is? Maybe this might be a bad idea. That's the first thing I'm going to say. Second thing is, it's possible that in this outro, I could literally go... I have a mono overhead. If you caught that in this mix, there was a point where I was debating whether or not I should use this mono center overhead. And I was going back and forth. And what I'm realizing is it'd be cool to have a mono overhead rock for the entire song until this outro happens. Then when the outro happens, we'll go super wide left, right overheads with this thing, and I'll mute out that center one. Or go back to the other version I had where I had a left, center, right, but the center was kind of dark in place of what's there now. So like if you see what's muted, I'm happy that I did the mono overhead for the rest of the song now. Now it might make sense. It might actually improve the sound in some crazy way. It might suck also. Keep the door open for that. Always keep the door open for that. Now, let's find out. Overheads. These are the OG overheads. We're going to keep this mute thing happening where they're at. So we're going to automate the mutes. So they're muted out. After this zone, we're going to turn them on. Not muted. And then we're going to mute this thing. So now we're muted in the center only at the end. The rest of the time. So this is the mono overhead for most of the song. Chilling. And then at the end of the song, let's see if it's cool. It's a cool effect. Let's find out. Certainly interesting. I don't know if I love it, but it's interesting. I haven't quite decided yet. I need to deciding. We shall figure out with whether or not we like or we don't like. Have you seen that dude? I don't know. Every once in a while, these weird videos come across my feed. I watch them anyway. Have you seen the dude? He's got like a a Farsi accent, and he's this electricity guy, and he plugs stuff in, and he's constantly like zapping himself, but he's doing it with the right idea in mind. He's trying to like it's not just for views. I feel like he's doing it to like learn stuff about electricity and experiment with crazy stuff, but he's always like, let us see. I can't do the accent that well, but he's basically like, it's like we plug in, we see what is going to happen, and maybe we're going to blow up, maybe we don't blow up. We're going to find out. That guy's great. That guy's awesome. I kind of like it. Let's just get our volume sorted out. It's interesting. I just like that it does that. I don't know one song ever that's done that. Maybe you guys know one. You correct me if I'm wrong. Do you know a song that it has like a mono old school overhead weird like drum sound down the center thing? Like that old school vibe, old school drums, mono overhead a lot. And then all of a sudden goes to stereo wider drums in the outro or the bridge or whatever you want to call a part like this. The who's a what's it part. I don't know. Do you guys know a track like that? I don't know one, which makes me like this idea because I can't think of one offhand. Oh, look at this. Sorry, I missed a bunch of stuff in the chat going on. What did I miss? Some stuff. I was scrolled up on the comments. Pongmaster123 wrote, though I regret removing noise in a marimba intro of a track I mix to this day. You definitely got to be careful. It's you got to be careful where you remove the noise from and make sure that it makes sense. A lot of times, if it's a bad move to remove the noise, it's because there's already enough happening that the noise doesn't bother you. You'll know when the noise bothers you because it will be usually in a very sparse part that it will become super obvious to you. You know, when I listen to Immigrant Song by Led Zeppelin, if you turn that track up, the intro of that song is like these steps of noise. You hear like noise, 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 noise. It's just like noise, 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 noise. It just keeps getting louder, and it's cool. It's nothing wrong with it. I like it. So yeah, I'm a fan of leaving the noise sometimes too. Trust me. And GDP wrote, so if you see a green on the left and a green on the right, it means there's a plane coming straight at you, which is not desirable. That's hilarious. Lycopene dropping the boats and hose. And then we got, combined speed of 1,500 miles per hour, probably. No, something else. Milwa per hour, whatever that is. When it's airplane talk. When tracking or editing in Pro Tools, some people tell me the green track. No. That green. Braxel! What's poppin', dude? How you doing, Brax? I'm sorry I didn't see this till right now. I was deep in crazy thought and automation, probably. You know how I get with automation. Braxel, I gotta hit you with the jam. That's the horn of welcome and good morning / good night, depending on what time of day you are on and where you're at. And that's not just about time zones either. Prince went to the studio all times of the day, so keep that in mind. The dude was constantly rocking studio all night. You know, he was a show up. The engineers would have to be there all hours to deal with him. You know, and most of the time he would run his own sessions, but I think a lot of the time he still wanted engineers there to help in some way to facilitate whatever he's got going on. So pretty cool. But yeah, he was working all hours. I love that. Anytime you decide to wake up at 2-3 in the morning and start working on music and you don't finish till like the sun comes up or beyond, you're right in the game. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Don't think you're weird. It's weird to not do that. What else we got? Braxel said, did you get a hamburger yesterday? I ate a lot when I got done. I had some leftover pork chops. How's the gold clip? I left the gold clip on in honor of you, Braxel. No, it was working yesterday, so we left it on, same position. I didn't touch the mix bus at all yet, really. I don't think I touched it at all. Except I added that noise thing to get rid of some noise and some aggressive parts that were crazy noisy. Bankrupt. No, I didn't hear that. What did I miss? Did I miss something about bankruptcy? Oh, here we go. What do we got? GDP wrote, nobody talks about humidity in the studio. Too dry, and it's bad for static, and all the dust accumulates just too quick. Too humid, and you're killing your gear. Yep. The components start to corrode when it gets too humid in the studio. But too dry is also bad. It's you gotta hit the sweet spot. That's why I recommend everybody has that humidity control. The thing, what do you call it? You buy it anywhere, Walmart, probably dollar store kind of thing. But it's the gauge, the temperature. You can probably order it on Amazon. Humidity control. You need, if you have guitars, you know all about this, because if it's too dry, your guitar, if you have an acoustic, it's a nice acoustic, don't leave it in a super dry place. That thing will start to crack on you. It's the same like with electrics. It's just anybody who has guitars understands, or any instrument really. You got to keep the temperature not too dry, not too humid. It's very important. But for electronics especially, too humid's terrible, and too dry sounds like it's terrible too. Because it's bad for static. Yep. GDP wrote, anyone seen the news that Native Instruments, thus Isotope Plug-in Alliance, is in preliminary insolvency proceedings to file for bankruptcy? What? I thought they were too big to fail. I thought everybody uses ozone. Not me. I thought they were too big to fail. I'm not gloating over this. I don't like when any companies that do anything audio related and took a chance in the audio world wound up not working out. It's unfortunate because as far as I'm concerned, those are people chasing their dream too, to make stuff audio related, and they had an idea, and it's unfortunate when any of that stuff goes bad. I feel for those guys. That's unfortunate. I did not read that in the news. This is the first I'm hearing of that. That's why Lycopene Rock wrote bankrupt. No, I didn't hear that. That's insane. I wonder what that means for all of us, or anybody who's using the stuff. I wonder what that means. That's insane. Man, that's the thing of beauty. Riding those faders, the karate is strong with you. The karate. I take after Danielson. Danielson. Wax on, wax off. But yeah, it's there's something about riding faders that's important for me. If I don't do it, I don't do it. Braxo! Your text ain't broken. I just didn't see you. I got you now, though. I got you, and I got your bicycle horn. Double bicycle horn to make up for lost time. Yeah, hope they can restructure and not dissolve the company. Yup, GDP's mixing crazy live stuff at the moment, right? I think you're still on that crazy. It's like, or maybe you're doing something else today. I don't know, but I know you were dealing with that live situation where like the bass was a sousaphone or something, right? Something like that. That's insane. That's insane. I got that hamburger, dude. Lycopene Rock wrote, I've had a Fairchild on my master bus ever since that interview. Don't always turn it on, but you're right. He talks like, yep, a Fairchild on my master bus. You're talking about the JJP stuff probably, right? Yep. I mean, I think there's a reason why Eric Valentine decided to like really dive into making an Unfairchild and doing it to the level that they did, and just it's because I think that's one of those holy grail units. It's a holy grail compressor. That's probably also the most expensive thing you could possibly buy if it's an OG version. Braxel wrote, using a compressor as sort of a EQ can make sense if you think about it. Yeah, that's what he was saying. I mean, just like running a track through hardware or a plug-in not doing anything can enhance the sound or help an effect. Yeah, well, that might be slightly a different thing, though. He wasn't saying just like run it through a compressor because some are dark and some are bright. He was actually saying that with a faster attack or a slower attack, you can create brightness on any compressor, was what he was saying. So I thought that was an interesting. You can create bright or dark as a result. I thought that was interesting. I gotta go back to checking that out. Whatever that video was, I gotta watch it like another 100 times to really get it. I said gold clip. Yes, sounds pretty wicked. I really do. He needs a camera pointing at him from behind or off to the side. How many cameras do I need? Cool idea. It's like the Wizard, Lycopene Rock. It's like the Wizard of Oz when it goes to color from black and white, symbols, mono, stereo. Yeah, that's actually a great reference when the Wizard of Oz all of a sudden turns colorful. It's a fantastic reference. It adds something different out there, you know. Yup, Michael Douglas made Falling Down, right? That was that. The dude lost his job and he started being crazy. That was a crazy movie. He just I feel like everyone does that. That was before the term crash out existed. Now everyone be like, oh, dude's crashing out. It's like crash out has been happening forever. And that term, you know, is a new term for the same old thing is what that is. That's just one of them forever terms. But yeah, I think I'm caught up on the comments now on the chat jam. I'm sorry about that. I had the scroll up thing where I was up somewhere and then it doesn't keep track of the bottom. Whereas if I keep it at the bottom, I can see everything coming in. That was my bad. So yeah, I'm going to keep this idea, I think, going where it opens up to stereo in the chorus, because it'll just be another level of like, ooh, different. That's cool. I like different. Water plug in, everybody. If you haven't had, drink more water. Drink more water. Mandatory back stretch in honor of Alex Kristoff drums. Mandatory. All right, let's keep rocking and rolling, so we can try to wrap this thing in a short amount of time, because we're done with automation now. So let's just set the levels of these if I need to touch them. I just thought of something. Sorry about that. What do we got? I think I did like so much shoveling yesterday, it's not even funny. I think it's starting to get to me. Like I'm feeling a little sick today, to be honest with you. My time is wasted on... It was like 1,000,000 degrees outside. I mean, 1,000,000 degrees. The opposite of that. It was really cold, like 10 degrees or something, and I'm shoveling 2 feet of snow off the car at the driveway. Just what a disaster. And I was out there for hours, and I didn't feel it until now. I wonder why. It might not be that. It could just be the fact that this room is so dry, like you said, GDP, and I'm just freaking in the Sahara over here. I wonder at 58 how many hamburgers I've consumed, Braxel said. That's a good question, dude. That's a good question. A lot of hamburgers. The average human must consume a ton of hamburgers. Probably the most when you're young. Or maybe not. That's a good question. I tell you the truth, I don't go to fast food joints like I used to. I don't freaking like crave fast food anymore. But if there's nothing else to eat and I'm starving, you know I'm getting it. And if there's a choice, you know I'm going to Wendy's. There ain't even a question there. But, like, if I'm staring at McDonald's, Burger King, and Wendy's, you know where I'm going. I'm going to Wendy's. But it's not to say that that I haven't consumed a ton of hamburgers, because I have. Just seeing how light I want to hit this thing. I didn't hate it where it was before, and that's where you do automation, the compression's working with you. As soon as you change your compression now, all of a sudden everything you sent into it's going to have a different balance to it. So just be aware of that. If you do touch something like that, stay really close to where you started to get the same result. But granted, touch things, move them around, try different, and see if you like it better. But if you automate at -8, whatever I was at, and then all of a sudden I decide to go to -7, -6, it's going to totally start changing whatever balance I had achieved in automation. So just keep that in mind. It's so funny. I can't even explain how much more I like the mono overhead. Another move you could do is like take the master down. Is going to take less level into all this stuff. And that's essentially just lowering the first thing in here that hits the Studer. We're taking level down 4 dB prior to that. So I had it at 0. I know where I'm at. -4.1. Use comments if you want to keep track of numbers like that and stuff. I throw in the comments, I was at just 0. Let's say I was at some weird number, it'd be harder to remember. So -2 or something. Okay, well now I'm at -8 or something. It just helps to write it in the comments. Use the comments. They're your friend. I've never had a song feel better in auto release. Like, I don't usually use auto release, and right now, I shouldn't say never. It's not usual that I have a song that sounds better with auto release. This one does. The auto release is somehow lets it live more than that quick release. I think it's just something about this song, the tempo, especially in the early parts of it, but even in the outro.
on Macy.
Is it icy where you are, Braxel? You're in Texas, aren't you? I think you're in Texas. Maybe I'm off on that.
My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on Macy. My time is wasted on.
Yep, the master bus for me is it feeds into my mix bus, and my mix bus goes to my speakers. So the master bus is a great place to be able to put no plugins on and just make sure the level going into your mix bus is controlled. If you do put plugins on it, you could bypass them and see what the level is going in and then what the level is going out after the plugins. Once you unbypass them, you'll see, okay, I've gained this much level, but I'm still significantly below, zero or whatever it is that you. What I like to do is keep it halfway to 3/4 of the way up, like at most. But especially when there's no plugins on it on the master bus. But then once I establish what that level is, I could add whatever I want in terms of saturation, usually only saturation for me on the master bus. That's just how I like to look at my sessions. Saturation first, and then by doing that, I'm always in a position to be able to take down the level of everything from the front directly into this. Whereas if this was an auxiliary, you couldn't do that because changing the level on an auxiliary has nothing to do with the level into the plugin. It's after the plugins. So when you do it on a master, it's before, which is why you shouldn't put your master last. Because if you put your master last and then you wanted to change the level, let's say from verse to chorus, you want a dB lower in the verse and a dB louder in the chorus. Well, that's not what's happening. If you do that on the master fader, you're actually just sending less level into the first plugin on the chain, and it's not going to have that effect of the same sound but a little bit louder or a little bit lower. If you want that effect, you have to do that on an auxiliary. So it makes sense to make that last. The master is really good before that. Just like you have VCAs that control all your tracks, my Voc VCA is all the vocals. This master is essentially, for me, the control for all the VCAs. That's how I look at it. It's like you have one master fader that controls all your VCAs. So once you've automated and all that good stuff, you could lower this, and it just sends less level into whatever's first, as if you brought down all your VCAs. That's how I look at it. Mix bus is, where I do any sort of fader stuff too. Like fader, fade out, fade in, that kind of thing. But on the mix bus itself, like I've mentioned before, that thing about volume is super important sometimes. On some songs, like this one's particularly loud. There's no reason I maybe shouldn't go in here and take this whole thing down 0.9, which is just about 1 dB, and then maybe take it up to 0 at the end, obviously, and then maybe a couple other places. But like it'll explode even more out of the speakers if this gets louder. And I think people are very often too concerned with like trying to be super loud the whole time that they miss out on the fact that the dynamic of being quiet to loud at some part of the song you want to explode is so important. Like, this is what I mean. So you take here, you could boost this up, back to 0. That's the concept anyway, right? Whether it works on every song or not is up to you to decide. I don't do it every song. In fact, on these live streams, I think I've hardly I've done it maybe on half of them, maybe less, but that's the concept. You take it up, and you don't want to bring it over 0. So I'm at 0 here. I'm at negative 0.9 here. And I might take the choruses up too. So when I say like what other parts, maybe the choruses. And if you remembered, like I'm not remembering right now, if you remembered what numbers these are at, it's super easy to do this. Like, for example, what is it? Not 0.5 is that post-chorus. 0.6 is the outro loud. So, like, yeah, I can figure out where. So this post-chorus thing. So it becomes a question of what's the most important part to get louder. Is it the chorus? Is it the post-chorus? Like, how's your song work, So right here, that's this spot. I'll bring this up to 0 here. So now we're below 0. We're at 0. And then the next spot would be this is the next post-chorus. Trying to figure out where I have these numbers at. It's tough. I don't remember what this number was, but that'll do for now. Usually the numbers make sense, but in this case, I don't know what I did. I put like, this is number 333 or some crazy thing. I don't know. Instead of like in order of 1, 2, 3, 4, like I should have done. I don't know what I did there. I could click up here and figure it out, but I don't want to. 0, 0, negative 0.9, 0.9. See what I'm saying? So we've just kind of created a little bit of extra push. So now from here,
to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
when the part changes, it gets a little bit louder. And then when it goes back to the verse, it'll come down. But it's only 1 dB. I like that as a number because it'll be felt more than it'll be like, oh, so obvious that it's like the volume's going up and down.
Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made her sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
I think both of these should be loud based on the excitement here. These should both come up to 0. This chorus feels like it's being left behind. It's definitely a powerful chorus. The first one's doesn't feel the same. So that's okay. We'll be building like a roller coaster. By the way, I really appreciate that Lycopene Rock. That thing about the, like, I don't know what it is about the fact that the master fader, like at some point somebody was tricked into thinking the master fader needs to go last and the master fader is supposed to go last. I don't know who was tricked into thinking that and then, a lot of people were, though. I'm saying I don't know who is the culprit for tricking people like that. But to me, it doesn't make any sense to put the master fader last. It never made sense. But that's just me. And that's also why I am so opposed to calling the mix bus the master bus, because I think it confuses people when they're working in Pro Tools and they, have a master and a mix bus. They hear master bus and they don't realize that person who's saying master bus is probably talking about the mix bus. It bugs me. Most likely that's what they're talking about. Because people use the same terms in audio to mean 100 different things. Like there's 100 terms to mean the same thing. That's really what I mean. Ever realize that? Like low cut, high pass filter, sub bass, subgroup, sub freaking. It's like that all the time in audio, and it makes it harder to learn than it should be. There's not like one set of standardized terms. Like if you're from London or England or UK or over the pond, you're probably calling your mix bus master bus your whole life. Probably. Depends on like where you are and who says what, who taught you, who did you hear it from, that kind of thing. And there's no right or wrong. I want to keep that in mind. It's just multiple terms to mean the same thing. It's not like one's right and one's wrong. I just don't like when people say that term, master bus. I don't like it because I know it confuses people. I've dealt with it plenty of times, explaining it to people that that's not what you think it is, But what are you gonna do?
Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. My time is wasted on Macy. My time is wasted. My time is wasted on Macy. Macy. My time is wasted on me. Macy. My time is wasted. Macy. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on. My time is. My time is wasted on Macy. Macy, 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 Macy. My time is wasted.
See, if I take these off, we're about halfway in on this plugin. Well, it's louder than I thought. I'm wrong. We picked up a lot of level while we were automating that. That's what happened.
My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time.
I wouldn't do it. Braxel, what you're saying there. What do we got? Let's catch up on some stuff. My wife left for work and I did not go far, but yup, the ice is a troublesome creature. Lyco Bean Rock, that's okay. Answered that one. Happy to do it. Lyco Bean, I appreciate the compliment, dude. Braxel wrote, did you find that SSL controller takes up a ton of space? Do you find that the SSL controller takes up a ton of space? No, it doesn't. I mean, it's all relative, but the UF8 next to the UC1 takes up a little more space than like the monitor, you know, your computer screen. And I don't have a particularly big computer screen. Like it's a modest or a reasonable size. It's not like one of these giant things, but it's like a little wider than the screen, not much. When I have it centered, there's a couple, maybe an inch or so on each side or something like that. So it's really not crazy in terms of size that it takes up on the desk. Also, the desk I use, like, it fits perfect in front of the keyboard. I have this pad section, then the freaking keyboard, and then that stuff. And it's just all right here, and the mouse right here. So it's just super convenient because it's right in front of me. It doesn't take up that much room, if that's what we're talking about. Does your master bus go to my wife? I saw a new Yamaha controller. I wonder how good that is. I don't have any idea. Yamaha controller. Yamaha makes controllers? I didn't even know that. Braxel also wrote, I wonder if you can A/B auto align too at this point in the mix. If I A/B auto align before the mix even starts, you could hear a huge difference in how getting the drums like perfectly locked in phase means every drum sounds more powerful. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You're never going to be like, it's better slightly out of phase on something like drums. In my opinion, it's always a little more powerful. It's not like you can't get the results to be the same or close. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm basically saying is you're not even going to realize that you will have to add maybe every bit of gain on an EQ or something at, let's say, 60 hertz on multiple EQs, like more than one, to get the kick to even be as strong as when you just have the stuff in phase. The kick's more powerful, so you have to use less EQ. It's EQ for free. That's what, when you have phase locked up, You are getting EQ for free. That's how you got to look at it. It's never worse to have them locked up, ever. So if I took it off now, you would hear a difference. The drums wouldn't sound as strong. The guitars wouldn't sound as strong. Like anything that is multiple mic'd wouldn't sound as powerful at the end of a mix especially. But even in the beginning of a mix, before you've even touched an EQ knob, you'd hear a huge difference. Because every EQ move I've made is related to the fact that I'm listening to something in phase compared to if it was not. Huge difference. It's night and day. I mean, if I turned it on and off, it would be night and day. Just in case some disaster happens, I will hit save. And I will turn auto align off real quick so you can hear the difference. The cool thing with auto align is it goes on and off of everything when you touch it. So you could put it on drum. Like you could do it wherever it is. Like on this kick track, I'll do it. But you could do it snare, kick, on the roads. It'll take it off everything. So let's hear
it. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
What's happening, clear as day to me, is the sample becomes the most clear drum in the whole mix. You could be fooled into thinking, oh, the kick sounds more powerful. No, it doesn't. The kick sounds way worse, canceled out by itself, and as a result, the sample is now the loudest drum in the entire drum set. So that's really what's happening there. Also, and I've said this before, but the better the phases of the stuff you've recorded, the less it will make a big difference. So, guys that didn't have auto align made sure they would move the mics however they had to make sure the drums are sounding in phase prior to doing anything. They would also use the phase flips on consoles to make sure that the stuff is working. They wouldn't just record it and hope for the best later, which is what a lot of guys do now. So if you've recorded drums that sound like the phase is locked up to you, even if the computer comes in and moves it slightly in each direction to get it perfect, I'm saying there's going to be a difference either way, but that will be a minimal difference. So minimal that it might not be a world-beating difference for you where you're like, oh, should I pay for the plugin or not? Well, if you're comparing it to drums that were recorded in phase, then maybe you'd be like, I don't know if I should. But the way I look at it is I have no control over half or more of the drum sets that come across my desk. No control over how they were recorded. So I either got to sit there and fight with it and slide things around and use plugins like Waves in Phase like I used to use, or, any of this stuff where you do it by hand and just literally move stuff, or use time delay. I mean, just disaster. Like I have nightmares. I don't even want to talk about it. You use something like this, it does it all for you. So it's just, when I open up a session that I did from 100 years ago, before I knew anything, ups and down about, whether something was in phase or not, and I put this on it, I've saved myself time, so much time, and it never is bad. This drum kit was recorded a little bit later, but when I look at it like it's the computer is always going to do math better than a human. So it'll find the smallest common denominator of what is, closest to one wave going up, the other wave going up, and it will just make it where it's locked as best as possible, because it looks at all every relative difference between everything and comes up with the smallest common denominator of difference. And I love that. To me, there's a magic there, and I can't ignore it. But yeah, the better stuff is recorded, the less it will make a big difference, but there'll still be a difference. It's just a question of, is that difference enough to warrant you thinking it's a difference? But that's how I look at it. It's one of those plugins that I wouldn't mix without at this point because it's so hard to. It just takes so much time, and now it doesn't. So I look at something like that. You'll fight with EQ on a freaking overhead all day to make it sound, why does this sound whooshy whooshy? And then you use something like that, all of a sudden, you're locked in. Because it's always this battle of like, is this worse? Is this worse? Is it a little better, a little worse? And then you're fighting with that. And now I don't even think about it. And I find where people go wrong with that the most, if you're curious, it's when they expect auto-align to determine what is multi-mic'd on what performance. Like, you don't want to give it 18 guitars and you have, 2 mics on one, 3 on another, 2 on one, and then just let it figure out how it should group them. You tell it, this was guitar performance 1, and this is the group of the 2 mics. Now, now you do the phase auto-align, but you have to tell it that. If you don't tell it that, I find that's where people mess up every time with this plugin. You tell it, these are all the drums, put those in phase. This is the group of bass mics, put those in phase. If you've got 17 guitars, you've got to tell it which multi-mic group goes with which guitar. You have to know that. So you got to label the tracks right to get to that point. And this is the same with anything. It doesn't matter if it's guitars or tambourines or whatever, or in this case, the Rhodes. There's 2 mics on a bunch of these Rhodes performances. So I had to tell it, this performance, these 2 mics, line that up. Now this performance, these 2 mics, line that up. I don't just let it decide. That's the problem.
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone.
So you hear how much more powerful the Rhodes gets. I just wanted to point that out, that you're losing power because things cancel each other out when you have multi-mic sources that aren't perfectly in phase. So as soon as you get the phase locked up, now you've got more power from that instrument with less EQ necessary. So when you think to how come guys on a console can mix stuff so quickly, it's because it was recorded really well. So they're not fighting phase and 100 other things to make stuff sound good. They just have to do a lesser EQ move to get the same result that you're doing by needing to crank it. And people are reluctant to crank it. So that goes against what we want to do, is like, I can't believe this needs 15 dB on an SSL channel, and now I need another EQ and another 15 dB. Like, people are reluctant to do that. So you wind up being like, why does it need so much? It needs so much because it's being canceled out by other things. That's why. And if it wasn't, it wouldn't need that much. And that's how I look at it. It's a big difference. It's big, big difference. But I think where people go wrong too, if they were A and Bing and picking the wrong thing, it's because all of a sudden in the mix now, different things have importance. So you could say, oh, I might like that better. Well, all you're really liking better is the Rhodes coming down in volume. And if that's a preference for you, that's achievable. But it's coming down because of cancellation. So there's like wrapping your head around, oh, it sounds different and I like it, is a opinion thing. Well, then mix the song with the guitars much lower and they'll sound like they're being canceled out. You happy? You know what I'm saying? And that's what it is with drums. Oh, you like the drums like that? Well, you like the drums where the sample is the loudest thing because the rest of the drum kit is being shadowed out by itself. Welcome to my world. So that's where we're at. I find it cool to explain this stuff. That people find like they don't. Anybody who says AutoLine's not a life-saving plugin, I don't know. I can't explain it. They only record their own stuff, or they only mix their own stuff. Like, there's some reason why they would say that, and maybe they're the best engineer of all time, and that's why, because they never needed it before, so they don't get it. If you're old school like that, I get it. You can't understand how something can be out of phase. You just get it right when you record. I'm with you, buddy. It just doesn't always work that way. It doesn't even work that way when I open up my own songs from 20 years ago. Like, they weren't recorded in phase because I didn't know up from down 20 years ago. I'm trying to make stuff from back then sound good. First thing I got to do is put stuff in phase. So there ain't no quicker way to do it than that plugin.
Even if our eyes don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Now I'm obsessed with trying the difference in all the parts of the song because it's a huge difference, but like, you know, I'm just obsessed with hearing how huge. Such a big difference. It's insane because the solo's multi-mic, like, so it's way more powerful when this thing's on than when it's off. You know, something I just realized is you could use the on and off trick as a way to quickly test stuff, like changing the volume of a bunch of things all at once without needing to group it and do some crazy volume thing. You just do that and you go, oh, okay. So you take that with you into your mix with the thing on. You go, oh, you know, that might be better with the guitar a little bit lower, you know, because that's what just happened when I flipped the auto line on and off, and you kind of use that to guide yourself a little bit if you want. But yeah, we're going to leave this thing on. The guitars get so much lower. All the guitars, including like the power chord things, or the chuggas, the all that, so much lower. It's like so much lower. All right, we're going to abandon doing these crazy tests now. But I love how it does it on every channel. So, like, I love how it's a global thing with this plugin. So they're all on or they're all off. I love that. It's such an easy way to test on and off. I love it. There's just so many cool things about this plugin. I'm not sponsored by them or anything, but I just really believe this is one of the best plugins I've purchased in years. You know, it's definitely, no question about it.
Waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
Crazy, isn't it? See what I mean by EQ for free? It's exactly what it is. It's EQ for free. Might as well take your EQ for free. Don't struggle for it.
Waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet, at least.
I may print 2 versions of this, a hot one, like literally one that's way hotter than this, and this one. I want to compare them probably at a later date, but let me print this real quick. I want to hear what we got going on with this, just as it stands. So let us print one of these, and then move from there. Interleave 2496 at MP3. Good. What do we got here? Is this the right directory? Yep, this is good. Okay, let us save this. Let's hear where we're at the moment. Let's save is fine. It's the same. I just want to make sure the files names are always the same as the save sessions. That'll save you tons of headache too. You don't want like final mix and then it's like version M3. Like, what does that mean? Make it the same name. Whatever the file is called, the freaking session should be called. That's how I do it anyway. M2E. All right, let's rock and roll. I'm going to play this through, and I'm probably going to jump to the bathroom real quick because nature calls. Let's see if Nightbot hooks that up real quick. Let's make this happen.
Macy was a friend of mine. She got wasted all the time. Whiskey lover. Even locked inside her room, she won't see the sun till noon. And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets.
And we're back. Sorry about that. Had to do some due diligence over there. What do we have to do? So, Pongmaster wrote, sounds great, just switch to the Questeds. Elbow cough. Nice, dude. Love some Questeds. Some Serban Questeds. Serban was using the Questeds for a while in combination with the Proax. I love talking about that. I know it from the picture. There's like a photo I think it's in Serban's room or John Haynes' room, one of their rooms, where you could see Questeds in the background of you see Questeds in the background. And I think you see Proax in the foreground and Questeds in the background. And then later I know they got into like John Haynes picked up a bunch of Genelecs for them. The 8361As, if I'm not mistaken, they got those. And I think right now, I'm not positive what he's using now, but I remember another photo of like a ton of Genelec speakers surrounding the room so that they could do Atmos mixes. And not that it matters, because Serban's like top of the game, and the rules I think for Atmos are something like 8. You need a certain height ceiling, something like, I don't know, 12 feet, 10 feet, some height that's required for the ceiling, but they don't have it there, but that doesn't matter. They just ignore the rule for him. Of course, I find that cool. I remember something about his room where he explained what the dimensions of the room were or something. Maybe they have a dedicated Atmos room and that's how they get around it, but I doubt it. I bet you he mixes in the same room he's in, and the ceiling could be any height and nobody cares. That's just how it works. Professor John Smith, what's poppin', dude? Professor John Smith, you get the bicycle horn of welcome, because I've seen you before. I recall you joining the live streams, and everybody's always welcome at these things. And when they show up, they get a sound effect, and the bicycle horn's my favorite one, so I share it for all my friends. Everybody gets the bicycle horn. 8361A. Are they really directional? They kick a lot of bass. When I tried the 8361As, I actually liked them, except I couldn't mix on them because, like, I liked them because they had a lot of bass. I couldn't really mix on them because there were a lot of parts there's something about that speaker, even with the GLM software, even in combination with the Trinnov and without the GLM and just the Trinnov and then just by itself. Like, I tried it in every permutation I could, and they were painful to listen to for me. They were great when it comes to, like, way more bass than I pictured coming from. I thought Genelecs were going to be light in the bass for some reason, but there was a ton of bass. I don't know if that's something you're going for, but ton of bass. For me, it wasn't just about having a lot of bass. Like, I needed a speaker I could listen to for 8, 10, 12 hours, and for them to be able to reproduce the sound the way I'm used to hearing it. And I just did not get that from the 8361As. Like, every mix that I'm used to hearing sounding a certain way sounded very different on those speakers. So it would have taken too long for me to calibrate my ear to it. And I know there's ways to tweak it and stuff and change it and make it do other things, but I kind of wasn't looking for that. I was looking for a speaker out of the box to just work, and I experimented with different placement in the room and height of the speaker and different orientation, vertical, horizontal. I experimented a lot, and I felt like I just was not able to make them do what I wanted. So I gave up on them. But I don't know how you would define really directional. I don't know what that means. You could use them kind of far away and they will work fine, if that's your question. When I say kind of far away, 10 feet, 5 feet, 7 feet, no problem. They're pretty big speakers. Like, I don't want to underestimate, I have a video of me like unboxing them and lifting them up and everything. You can see they're not small. Those things are big. They're the biggest ones they make in that line, I think. The 51A, the 51s are smaller. Like, everything's smaller than the 61As. Those 8361As were big. We are sending an extraction team. Yeah, no, I had a situation. Situation. So as we do this, like just looking at what this looks like and the loudness level, it's probably okay. Like I'm probably pretty satisfied with that. I just also wanted to print one without this here. Like I'm gonna take off the 4dB thing, and then I want to just compare a little bit. So this was M2E, and then we'll do an M3. And the M3 version, I just want to compare what we just did, which is going to be the lesser of the squashed versions. Like that's going to be the chill one in comparison. Sorry, that was probably loud. My bad. I have to mute this, or it's twice as loud as it would be without it. My time is wasted on Macy. Yeah, so that's with this at -4. If I were to boost this up, the reason I'm doing that too is because like the bus comp's hardly working anymore, and I was getting a bit of a sound from all this stuff. And now when I look at like we're just grazing it. We're doing the little dance trickle. We're doing tricklenomics. Little tricklenomics. So let's just leave this here. I just want to show you the difference when I take this up to 0, which is where it was before I started automation. Let's hear it. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. See, it's still not compressing very much. Like we can totally get away with this. Maybe not in the loud parts of the song, but 'cause you and I, we were complete. Even see what I mean? By having this at 0, we're actually still in a place that I don't hate. I'm actually kind of okay with this. Let's just make sure we're not way over the top. There's not really a sound difference. I just want everyone to know I'm not auditioning sound difference here. I'm just looking at the meter and trying to see that without this, we're really getting close to the top of the meter. When I put the compressor on over here, it holds it down a little bit further on the master fader as far as the volume goes. There's not going to be this chain is the same from here to here, especially if there's nothing moving here. This is not getting louder or lower. It's the same to have this after it compared to in the front over here. It should be the same, unless there's some weird fault in the coding or something. There should not be a difference there. So I'm going to assume there isn't. I was just literally looking at this meter. That's all I was doing. Now let's check this out. The sidecar, I'm curious how many. So we're barely doing 4 dB. Barely. Even in the loud parts on the bus comp. when it's at 0. So I'm going to leave it there. Let's look at the this. Lycopene Rock. I'll check that out after the stream's over, which is very close to being through. We're going to wrap really quick from now because I feel like, you get to a point where you feel like you've done what needed to be done. Those couple things I heard in the beginning, I addressed those. The automation moves, I made them. We could second guess ourselves and question everything all day if we want, but instead, we're going to roll with that and then do that thing I do with where fresh ears, I'll do my one listen through in the morning, and then maybe 2 days from now, any moves I need to make, I'll know after that first listen, just like today kind of thing, except at that point, there's nothing left to do other than whatever you hear, because everything else has been done. So that one listen, if there's anything I hear, I'll make adjustments, and then I print it and call it a day. And that's how I recommend everybody roll. You will be happier with your life. You'll be that mix will be better. You just have to have the faith that actually happens. Once you go around in a circle on that hamster wheel, it's never good. So I always have to enforce that. Now, very little is happening on here in terms of EQ. I just want everyone to see this like multiplier of a half dB. So, the times 0.5. So if you see 2, that's 1 dB. 2, 1 dB. Like we're talking little tiny increments. We have a filter, high pass filter at 20 hertz, and we have a little bit of compression, like 2 dB of compression.
Couldn't help it. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us.
So 2.5 dB. I'm okay with that. And what else? On the ML4000.
Couldn't help it. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune.
If you're curious how to read this thing, this is 0. This is 6 dB of gain reduction. Somewhere in here is okay. And this thing is aggressive. So it actually can be doing like more. And I don't know how to put it, but I'm okay. This is the better way to put it. I'm okay when this thing does more compression than I would be on something else, because this thing seems to handle that better. And it's because it's a flavor machine. It gives you a lot of personality and flavor in the compressor, so you're sort of okay that it does more. Just like with a Wolf comp, I feel that way too. It's like it's compressing all the time, a Wolf comp, essentially. No matter what the level is, it's always compressing. But that's what you're asking for when you use something like that. So it's okay that it's doing more, a more heavy-handed job. Is kind of how I look at it. The Wolf comp Mastering Edition is a plugin I've got to get a little more comfortable with using on the mix bus. It's just like it didn't work in this one. I almost used it in this track, and I didn't, because I felt like this is a better result. And I'm going to stick with that opinion, because like once you make a choice, when you go through that, I spent a lot of time trying to decide which I liked better. I liked this better, so I'm going to stick with this. And our gold clip, so this we're doing about halfway, 3-4 dB of gain reduction. Some of the louder fills and stuff may get close to 5 dB or so, but that's okay. I don't mind it. It's on a drum fill that's been ridden up to be able to make sure those toms pop out. Let's see what's going on the gold clip.
Couldn't help it. Only bottles, bags, and booze.
Just barely 1. 0.1 dB, like not a half dB.
Couldn't help it. Only bottles, bags, and booze.
That's what I use it for too a lot, is I'm using it like I would the inflator after the ML4000. It gives you a little personality by dialing in a couple of the like gold knob, a little of the alchemy knob, and I like how when I use the box tone, it seems to tame the top end a little and just kind of tuck it all in, so nothing seems to poke out as like aggressive, too aggressive. Um, but this mix I think works with or without this plugin. To be honest with you, it's just this thing at the end is, I don't know, keeping any of the excess that comes out of the Mic DSP ML4000 in check. That's how I look at it. It's kind of holding it down. I like the classic settings too because it feels the right amount of aggressive for me. It's the right amount. You could do a lot of what I'm doing here with the Goodhertz plugins and it would sound, like the aggressive, crazy flavor comp. You do that on the Wolf Comp Mastering Edition. This kind of gold clip thing, like that has a clipper in it, but they also have that circuit separate. They have a soft clip plugin that has like, an emulation of the with the same thing the gold clip is modeled after, the Lavery Gold. It has like emulations of that in it, so you could kind of get really different but similar kind of results using that other stuff. It's just it won't sound like every plugin kind of has a flavor the way hardware has a flavor, and you got to kind of pick and choose the ones that work right for the song, and that's all opinion. And the sidecar has a flavor also. Even when you hardly use the EQ, it just has a flavor. When you're doing 2.5 or 2 dB of gain reduction, it has a flavor, man. And what else? And we got a bunch of tape stuff on here today. Three tape plugins. I like that. And that's a large reason why the low end is as big as it is, because these are low end monsters. Studer 800, like they're monsters for the low end. I pushed that little button, Brax, by the way. Check it out, man. We're pushed. We're pushed over there. So yeah, I'm just going to pop headphones on real quick. I've been getting more and more comfortable with these. So what that means, if you want to get comfortable with headphones, you got to actually wear them. You can't just throw them on for checks like I do. Got to actually put them on sometimes. I like checking my mix in them, but if I mixed on these for like hours, I'd make crazy decisions. I already know it because I'm not used to using headphones to mix. I'm really not used to it. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. I just noticed something crazy. Hold on. I just noticed something weird. Is that back to normal GDP? Sorry about that. There's something weird going down, guys. Something weird started to go down, so I think I just fixed it, but tell me if it fixed. Been jamming buttons. What's poppin', dude? How we doing? Did I fix whatever was weird there? Check, check. Check, check. That's weird. The session's definitely doing something weird right now. I don't know exactly what, but I feel like the sound is fixed. Okay, good. Fixed. I'm going to print this before whatever happens here blows everything up or whatever's going on, because something weird just is going on all of a sudden. Like, I don't know why this isn't letting me close windows. Like, there's a bunch of stuff going down right now that's new to me. It definitely has something to do with, like, the fact that it's streaming simultaneously. Like, this isn't a Pro Tools thing. I've never seen this weird second screen thing before. But it's not letting me close this window. You know, like, weird stuff's going down, guys. So, good stuff, though. We've already accomplished what we needed to. Now I'm just futzing around. So sometimes, you know, sometimes it just works out in a way where it's like, if you think you're done, well, guess what? You're done, buddy. Feel like I'm in that place. So I'm gonna print one of these. Let's print one of these. Notice how quiet it is in the beginning of the song now because of that awesome noise situation that I added, the X noise in the front of the track. Let's print one of these like this, which is everything the same. I haven't touched any settings on here. The only thing I did was make the volume go to 0.0. I wanted to compare this.
So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
I want to compare that with this.
So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Wow, there's a lot of bass in this, and I like it. But there's a huge level difference there. And even with that level difference, we're still, like, this is kind of, it was designed to be at this level. So I'm going to leave it there. The only parts of the song that are the loudest might experience the most compression in this case.
Macy, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me.
All right.
Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove.
Actually, I think I'm going to print this one without the gold clip on. I think we're going to leave it off. That's what my gut's telling me, is print one without it.
Be wrong, so prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Let's see if all the lights will stay off. Hopefully they will.
My time is wasted on Macy. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on Macy. My time is wasted on me. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't.
That's how I feel, Lycopene Rock. Never restart. Never restart. We are been jamming. Did I give you the juice? Dude, are you waiting for the juice? I give you the juice right there. Been jamming. How we doing? Been jamming buttons. The bicycle horn of good luck and prosperity. That's what you get. That awesome bicycle horn. Yeah, this weird symbol. If you guys can see this weird symbol. Is it showing up or not? Maybe you guys can't even see it, but there's it's like the weird screen in a screen button. I feel like it's probably like my own problem that I somehow caused. I don't know how I caused this particular problem in this case, but it doesn't strike me as odd that it's my fault. But this weird, ridiculous thing is making it where I can't close any windows anymore. But it's perfect. We're in a good place to end this right now. I'm just like sorting out the last question in my head. We have a very conservative print here with the level pulled down a lot prior to getting into all these plugins, and then obviously everything thereafter. And then I'm later in the morning, fresh ears and fresh mind, fresh brain. I'm going to compare that. I'll probably level match first, but I'll compare that with whatever I'm about to print. And I pulled down this input level a little bit because it's barely doing anything anyway, but I just wanted to keep it less harsh. So I did that.
Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made her sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe.
I just want to try one thing too while it comes to me. Not that one. That's the 3348 converter. And this is the X80. Let's try this one.
Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made her sing a major tune.
I just love the way this plugin softens the top it softens the top in such an interesting way. And it's like this weird converter emulation thing, but it softens that top.
Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet.
It's just sort of tucking things in a way that I actually like at the moment. And that could be my fried head after all these hours at this crazy 8:45 a.m. But we started late too. We started like 4 a.m., didn't we?
Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete.
Been jamming. That's cool, man. You got the Lyra. I remember considering that for a minute. The prism converters, because of the clip factor on them too. Yeah, it's basically a limiter built into those things is really what it is. It's cool. Similar to the like the Convert AD Plus, you can kind of do the same thing, like kind of clip it all you want, and then after a certain point it doesn't sound good, but you have a lot of room to wiggle there. Yeah, that's a cool thought there. I'm with you on the tired. I'm with you on that. It's so funny how every mix I do, some of them I try to get away from using this thing, and I'm like addicted to using this plugin. I really like this plugin because it softens the top. So it's such a good way to address that rather than with EQ or hitting it with, coming in here and dealing with something in the EQ section of this plugin. I feel like once I have stuff dialed, that changes things too much. Whereas I just throw something like this on, it just rounds the top off, or it does something where it does a tilt, or it does something where it makes me feel just happier about the top. Like I never feel like things are too harsh when I use this plugin.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me.
All right, I'm going to run one. I'm going to run this so I can compare it later with a fresh head to this other version, and we're going to call that done for today. Let's listen to this and this. I'm pretty happy with where we got to, where we achieved. And this version didn't feel bad at all, so I'm kind of interested. I was also not present for the print of that, but I felt like when I was printing it, I was satisfied. And that was with the master down significantly. So all the level into all this was about 4 dB lower. And then I just brought it back to 0 to make it where like my bus comp started to work the same way that I was used to, and as opposed to doing almost nothing. And I'm really excited to compare those. We've got some movement on the mix bus this time in terms of level, lowered about a dB, except for the choruses and the outro. The outro's at 0, all that stuff's at 0, but the verses and the intro, all that's down a dB. So the whole song moves as things move. Pretty cool. This was a fun time. Getting stuff done like food. Nourishment is undervalued, I'd say. Nourishment is undervalued, my friends. All right, this is going to be M3. M3 print on the way. Help is on the way, dear. Help is on the way. GDP, let me know if anything crazy goes on with this print, since we're in this weird zone where I can't close windows anymore. M3 wave 81314. Italy 2496 at M3. Directory's all good. Okay. Let us run it. I need that hamburger, Braxel. Send it over, man. Hit me with that delivery hamburger, yo. All right, let's do this. Running a print right now. Stay tuned. I ain't going nowhere. And then we'll do closing thoughts, closing statements, questions, all that. Here we go. Let's run it, guys. Running it. GDP, GDP, let me know the deal with the... Seems like a couple things just like weirdly showed up in the audio section of the stream thing. That's what I can't figure out. It's like, why did that happen out of nowhere? Like, what crazy combination of buttons did I hit for that to happen? I have no idea. But I could tell you this. We're about to do our final print. That's what I could tell you. So that seems like it's working. The sound effects are working. Seems like we're going to be okay here, guys. We're going to be okay. We just can't close any windows until we reboot or whatever. Here we go. Running the print. Stay tuned. Here we go. I ain't going nowhere. Closing statements in a moment.
Macy was a friend of mine.
Sorry, I hit stop. I just wanted to make sure I actually grabbed the front of this thing. Looks like I grabbed it. Yep. You could always tell if you do a print and then you see that amount of silence and you can kind of count it up here. 3 seconds, 5, 4, and it goes to... Where are we at? Like this is, what is that, 5, 3? 5, 3, and then the thing starts at 5, 4. That's actually too, I don't like that. That's too close for me. I don't like that. I'm going to actually back this up a bit. It's too close for my liking right there. Where are we at now? 5, 4. And now we're at, we want to be no earlier than 5, 0. So let's back her up. We'll go to 4, 4, 9, or 4, 8, whatever, just to be safe. Let's run one of those. Let's see the end of this thing. Yep, the end of the thing looks fine. Okay. Now for real this time. Running the jam. Just never print too close to the front of your song. You risk, if it gets uploaded or printed to a CD or something, you risk like weirdness happening that you don't want. You definitely want a clean start, in my opinion. You don't want it to be like as close to the freaking as possible. Like, just give it a little breathing room. No less than 400ths of a second. That's kind of where my head's at on it.
Macy was a friend of mine. She got wasted all the time. Whiskey lover. Even locked inside her room, she won't see the sun till noon. And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, reading
Okay, we're back. Now, I could already tell from a little bit of the break that I just took that, like, our intention was to make a little bit of a more squashed version this time on this version, just a little hotter, a little more through the compressor, a little of that. I'm feeling it like we did that. That's for sure. We did that. It'll be a question with fresh ears on whether or not I enjoy it or not, compared to the one that's significantly less, which exists below it. So I'll be able to kind of compare the two of these at some point when I have a fresh head. But right now, I feel like comparisons would be a little bit futile. So this was a great stream. It's good stuff. It's exciting stuff. Does a song like this need gold clip at the end? It's really just keeping the red lights off. It's really not doing a whole lot in terms of adding anything. If you see, the clipping didn't even occur. Negative 0.2 dB. We didn't even clip on this freaking thing. So we're really doing okay in terms of, could this exist? Yeah, sure. I felt like it was doing something to the sound that made it feel a little more pleasing to me by throwing it on, but some of that could be in my head. I definitely need fresh ears to really judge this 100%. After this many hours on this late of a day, and with whatever potential cold I have coming on or whatever's going on, I could see this being maybe a change my mind thing in the morning. I have to check that out again. But I'll tell you the truth, I'm feeling good. Where it's at, I'm feeling good. If anything, it's going to be one listen, make a couple tweaks, print another one, call it a day. If I compare them and decide which is better, I'll let you guys know which I picked. But at the moment, I'm leaning towards the louder one, the one that's a little more compressed. I feel like it does something to the sound that I like when I'm hitting the compressors a little harder. But I made the other one for a reason, because I'm not sure. So I'm excited to compare those two. But this was a great stream. I feel like we nailed it. We did what we had to do. And the computer situation, I'll let you know how that resolves itself. Because it seems like something, it looks like nothing a reboot can't fix. Audio guy, you get the bicycle horn of good measure and prosperity. The welcome tone over here at Custom Cut Studios for all our friendly folks. Double bicycle horns, you know what that means. It means we appreciate you coming through. Everybody who's watching, we appreciate you guys. You're all amazing. I really seriously value you guys a lot, because what we're doing is bringing together the audio engineering community from being isolated, working by yourself, to making it easier to have some interaction while you're doing the same thing we're all doing. We might as well interact like we're in one giant studio. So anytime you come through, feel free, throw something in the chat, check out the thing, do your own kind of thing while this is running in the background, and then pop over. Have some human interaction while you're spending all your time making music like we're all doing. Might as well. I think humanity creates better mixes. Having that human connection, better mixes. Trust me. That's what's up. Also, we learn from each other. We throw different things in there, and just talking about what you're dealing with sometimes just getting it off your chest is a good way to move on. What else? We got Braxel saying ChatGPT says one guy had over 35,000 Big Macs. I can't believe you're still on that. Cube Tech, audio guy. Cube Tech is not in the music plugin business anymore. Oh, man, that's unfortunate. Lycopene Rock wrote, great organ tone. Can't put my finger on it. It's not really sticks, but I appreciate that. But in the 70s warm ballpark, a big, that organ thing is actually, I love a good organ sound. The Rhodes sound to me is like the standout a little bit on this, and it should be, because I feel like that Rhodes is an OG Fender Rhodes, of course, that weighs a gabillion pounds, and it was one of the like when you look up Rhodes, there's a specific builder that's responsible and like they sign their name in the inside of it. Whoever was the one in charge of Fender at the time, who okayed the whatever you would call it, the like quality control or whatever, and the name in our Rhodes, when we looked it up, was like the sought after one. And I was like, that makes sense. It does sound really good. So I don't know, but Maybe that's just our, bias because that's the one we have. But when I looked up the name, I was pleasantly surprised with what was written about it. Good stuff. Alex Christoph drums, mandatory backstretch. Let me throw you a bicycle horn, my friend. How you doing over there? What's going on, man? Alex Christoph. We'll check back later today. Hope all is well, whatever. We're doing well over here. Belly rubs. Uncle Rick sends his regards. The whole thing. He had that in a more. He is a lugger or a luger. Whatever that means, Braxel. Sometimes Braxel's right on the money, and sometimes I just have no idea what Braxel's talking about. That's what we do over here. That's how it is. You don't got to be understood. You just got to be contributing what you do. You contribute what you do over here. You know what I'm saying? Gold Clip made it. Honestly, I think Braxel is kind of responsible for me using Gold Clip as much as I do because I love the plugin, but so does Braxel. And every time I use it, I know he's saying he loves it too. Nightbot, are you single? GDP and Skynet are duking it out like always. Let's do some thanks. A lugger is a person. Or luger. All right. Bunch of thank yous. Ready? Thank you guys to Niles Pichet 1734. Braxel 1, Mr. Psychotronic, Lycopene Rock. I finally know how to say the name Lycopene, like the tomatoes. I got you. Pongmaster 123, Benjamin Buttons, Professor John Smith, Audio Guy, and anybody else I might have missed. Did I say Pongmaster? I got Pongmaster 123 on there. If I missed anyone, I really apologize. The thing doesn't let me scroll up all the way to the top. So I often forget somebody. Alex Christoph drums. How could I forget you? You're the man. Everybody who came through, I really appreciate it. It's one of those things where we keep growing this thing, and every little bit of everything you do helps. Hitting the like button helps. Hitting the subscribe button, it helps. All of it helps. Every time somebody new comes in the chat, they get a new sound. So eventually, once I've seen you before, you get the bicycle horn of good faith and good measure, like the rest of us. But until then, the new sound triggers somebody new coming in. It's the awakening of a new engineer joining our crew, and we appreciate that. So don't be afraid to do that. If you're watching these things and you think, "Oh man, I don't know about this crew or whatever," we're just like you. What are you talking about? We're you. It's just we have different accents. We're on different parts of the globe. GDP is in Japan. Speaking of that, thank you, GDP. He's flying this plane through the sky in Japan while dealing with numerous crazy. The guy he's octopusing over there. That sounded a little crazy. He's an octopus fighting battles with all the tentacles, just holding people at bay, dealing with things, talking to me about the audio issues that are going on. Like when the freaking voice mic did some crazy thing the last 20 minutes. It's never happened before. We're doing the stuff, and a lot of this is thanks to GDP that the plane flies so smoothly. So thank you, GDP. Thank you, all you guys, for watching. I really appreciate it. Audio Guy dropping the Toeman stuff is amazing to me because I know Audio Guy and Toeman are best friends, and these guys are going to make the most amazing Simon and Garfunkel, Lennon and McCartney album that you could possibly dream of. They're going to do it, and we all know it, and we're going to be there for it. And they're going to use only CubeTech plugins to mix the thing, and it's going to be fantastic. Braxel's dreaming about hamburgers, and we all know it, and that makes me hungry, and I'm pretty starving right now. So as soon as I'm done with this, I'm going to go eat. You guys are awesome. Let's just put it to you like this, all right? Let's get uptight. We could all do this. Everyone can do this thing. Most important thing, watch out for the brain fatigue. Watch out for the ear fatigue. And talking to other people, taking short breaks, jumping in, talking to a bunch of other engineers, it helps you get through that brain fatigue, that ear fatigue. But ultimately, trust yourself. You guys can all do this. And there's no magic set of plugins that you need to do all. There's no magic set of hardware. There's none of that. Just every day you get a little better. So think about it like that. If you could open up a session every time we go on one of these live streams, 6 months from now, you're going to be much, much better at working and mixing and engineering than you are now, because the amount of stuff we talk about in here is endless. And it's everything to do with audio is welcome. So everyone's welcome to join. You guys are awesome. Don't forget, check out our Discord. We just dropped this Discord not long ago. We're figuring it out. We're learning how to organize over there. And we got people throwing a bunch of cool stuff in there. Anything audio related is welcome. Join our Discord. You're all invited. This is Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. I hope you enjoyed this. Thanks for watching. I'll talk to you guys soon. You guys got this. Take it easy.